So, yeah, good hello and welcome back. 2026, everybody. It's the 10th of January. I'm Victor, the GM of the Cascade game. It is the 5th arc of that, the finale arc of that, and it is called Sunfall. And I think I've hit every note I had to, so I'm going to say, here are the players.
I'm first on the list, yeah. Hello, I'm Sean. I'm playing Falkwin as the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli, and I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I play Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-Elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
I like that moment halfway through that where you're like, Half-Elven
Yeah.
No. Half.
In my character sheet, there is a bracket that says SK, and every time I look at it, I want to say Skaven.
No, that was Fleabite in the other game.
That was exactly.
Yeah,
What does the SK mean?
Skill and knowledge.
There we go.
That's what it means. I remember that one thing. I won't remember anything else about the campaign. / one shot. So anyway, considering it's going to be the finale arc, I would like to do a full recap. So, Chris and Hannah, if you would like to start us off with an arc 1 recap. Doesn't need to be long, just the bullet points of arc 1.
Met I can't remember his name. The king consort.
Douglas Dugal.
Douglas Dugal. And he said we had to go to his wife's hometown because no one was dying. And that's embarrassing. And it was about to be her birthday. Couldn't possibly have weird magical problems in her hometown.
No.
What would people think?
Named after her as well, Loudon Hall. Yeah. Not Loudon Hill, which I learned was near me.
We fought for about 3 sessions about horses.
Then we gave sensibly Nori got the map.
Yeah.
And so we didn't take the Feyways, which were discussed.
Yeah.
We were like, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We decided not to. Yeah. We got horses. We went to Loudon Hall. When we arrived, did a bandit not die?
Yeah, he got like a bottle smashed and then it got stuck in his neck.
Fight.
Yeah, it was really grim.
Because Myr'ra, who was a necromancer, worked for the morgue, tried to speak to his spirit. And that was a whole thing.
While you distracted people by offering them tea.
Yes, the start of the tea.
And you learned that there were the Bronzemaned Lions bandits that were popping in and out of the town. That was seeded for possibly a second arc coming up. Me doing such a thing.
And then, is that another point they were also like, oh, by the way, there's no town's guard. It's just this one guy.
Yeah.
Called Surrey Thane.
Yep.
And we were like, that seems weird.
Yeah, because there were town guard, but then they were all dismissed. The budget was repurposed, and then this Surrey Thane guy turned up, and the mayor and him seemed chummy.
So we went to meet the mayor, who, not creepy at all, didn't live in a house with all the windows blacked out.
Didn't like the taste of elves.
Yeah. He was called Sir Cont Thream, or KT, to his friends. He wasn't massively helpful. The thing I sort of remember. He was a bit like, oh. He was a bit mad that other people were getting for free what he'd, now we know, possibly traded his soul for. But at the time, he was just like, I worked hard to be immortal. This isn't fair.
Yeah, it's very gauche if everyone's immortal.
Yeah. We also learnt that the last person to die from Loudon Hall had been Sir Samder Perron.
Yes.
Who had been the Queen's Guard. We were like, again, it's a bit weird that. We went to meet her family, and we didn't at all try and steal important things from them.
No.
No one tried to steal anything important,
No.
like hairbrushes or swords.
I mean, to be fair, you wanted to go to her grave, right?
Yes.
You popped to her grave. You saw there was a kid defending the graveyard.
Oh yes.
Bless Riven and her kind-hearted soul. When she distracted the child while Nori broke into the mausoleum.
Oh yeah, that happened before. I thought that.
Yeah, because
happened.
she's escorted
Oh.
Jack Perron, the kid,
Yeah.
little Jack. You escorted him and Melon, the dog.
Yeah.
Escorted them back to the farm, the melon farm.
Very yummy melon pie.
Yes, Cleft Perron, Sandra's husband, welcomed you in for returning the kid before dark, and offered you food because you hadn't eaten. You asked him some interesting questions about various things about where his wife had been. She said she had been to Caldera, which was like this far off unknown place at that time. We knew so little about Caldera. Yeah.
And the damage to the sword.
And the damaged
Yes.
blade above the fireplace,
Rust.
yes.
Yeah.
And then Nori tried to steal the hairbrush.
Horrible.
Oh. And then did we not learn that Lockhart can erase people's memories?
Yes, that's the
Yes.
that's
We
the
were
moment we
all
learned
like-
how dangerous this politician was.
Ooh.
This bureaucrat man. Yes.
Mhm.
Because I think he turned to, like, you got caught, Nori, and I think Alexander, or Lockhart I should say, turned to you and says, just steal it anyway, and don't be a problem in 5 minutes, or something. And then erased Cleft's memory of the event for 5 minutes. And I was like, well, it's getting awful late, time to go. And he left.
And then did we go back to the graveyard?
He's wanted to do a ritual,
Mhm.
but you went and spoke to the father of the night church there, Father
Oh, yes.
Rand, way
Yeah,
back
he's
when.
fun.
Yeah, didn't learn much though, but he did learn, I guess, that Samda was of the night church. She
Yes, but she'd had a light church.
yes,
Mm.
internment.
Which we were like, again, weird.
At the request of seemingly like, you know, the mayor and the queen's requests. Very odd. Because normally if you're the Queen's Guard, you're just basically the first line of defence for the Queen, and you'd be like interred in the palace, you know, specially. But these were special requests made by the mayor on behalf of the Perron family, so that she could come home, which Cleft appreciated, because again, everybody liked the mayor in Loudenhall.
Yeah.
Which was good. So we had that, and then,
This is-
yeah, I mean, Katie, who doesn't like him?
we love it.
Even if you did initially blame him for the problem for about 10
Yeah,
seconds, and then was like,
we were
actually,
like,
no,
maybe it's him, it's not.
and then he's like, here's the report me and, you know, Sirithane made for the last couple of weeks, please review it. And it's like, oh, you do seem like you're trying to solve this problem. But yeah, so that was a bit odd. He then went and spoke to the Light Church the next morning. Yeah, he's learned Sister Elman, I believe she was called. God, memory. Sister Elman.
Well done. Yeah.
Explained how concerned about the ritual she had done she was. About how
Yes.
old the ritual was and how it's not done anymore. And obviously you're like, well, that seems a bit weird, let's go and poke that bear a bit. And then you learned that she had shackled a celestial
Yeah.
to look over the...
Yeah, because we poked it with necromantic magic, and apparently that's not okay.
No.
While Nori decided to hide behind the wall.
Yes.
Lockhart
Was this
hits off
when
a tree.
Lockhart got... Yeah.
Yes.
So we had that. That was fine. You then decided maybe we should talk to this celestial. And Sister Elman went very pale. It was like, oh,
Yeah.
it might be angry because it wasn't exactly consensual, this ritual, unfortunately. And that definitely made her look just awful. Like, as if
Yeah,
she'd
we were
basically
like-
been forced to do this herself. She's like, I don't
Everyone's-
really want to unshackle that.
Yeah.
It's like, I could maybe get you a conversation with it to like overlap, you know, our reality with where it lives, etc. Bridge the gap a bit, but you won't have long and it will burn through, you know, me and the 13 or whatever it was, the 12 sisters that were... Yeah.
We
So-
were like, yeah, seems fine.
Yeah, totally fine, that's not us. Burning through
Yeah.
NPCs, you say?
Let's do that.
Yeah. So
Oh,
the 12 or 13 of them, I forget what the number was, but it was a lot of them anyway.
it's a lot.
Yeah, and they tried to summon this big, quite hard to look at celestial being. And yeah, what happened then, gang?
Oh,
There should be a warning book going up here just now.
yeah,
saying,
a sad one.
if you have pets and animals that you love,
Yeah,
please
hug them,
please.
cover their ears. Yes, it turned out Celestial didn't really understand like sort of sadness and death, and then Jack has been really sad.
After the death of his mother.
And then his
And
dog.
then his poor dog.
And also, like, was it like a cart? It was something really like.
It was like a horse got spooked in a cart. Yeah.
Yeah, like it was just generically sad in that kind of like mundane way.
Yeah, the dog didn't have like a heroic death or anything. It wasn't like defending a squirrel from a dragon or something. Yeah.
It was just a little boy who didn't want to lose his pet. And so the Celestial, who had already had a bad time, like, well, none of that. No more of this sad child.
Yeah.
But it accidentally didn't really understand death. Stopped the entire town. Or at least anyone Jack
anyone Jack knew of.
Which is why the bandit died, because obviously small child not aware of random bar fight.
Yes.
Also, just to move on from sadness, we also in this arc learnt about Master Amblin.
Yes.
And
that he
showed
had
up, and then we were
off.
supposed to meet him, and he wasn't there. And we never bothered speaking to Halsey. We never made it for him. He was on our list. Just other things happened.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Also the captain that I cannot remember the name of.
Farno Stolt.
Oh, that's Stolt, who's currently sort of de facto Queen's Guard because
Lockhart hasn't bothered
Lockhart
to do his
hasn't
job.
hired anyone.
Yeah. Yep.
Whoops.
Yep. And you's resolved the mystery. You's got the so-called curse of immortality ended.
Yeah.
Double-edged swords all round, really.
I think I gave Jack a bird.
You did. You did. You had a caged bird thing that you kept as like a messenger bird. And
turns out Myr'ra very into just small creatures captured in Netherlands. Will come up later.
Yeah. But yes, to break the curse, we sadly had to let Jack come to terms with loss, and he had to give up the things that shouldn't still be with us, such as
everybody cried.
Yeah, it was a very, very sad time.
Yes, that's not the way to end an episode.
100% was.
It also exactly the way to end an episode.
But yes, it was definitely a heavy-hitting arc about grief. But here we are. And then we did a lot of revision about the world. We zoomed the map out quite a bit. We got people to refine who their people actually are. The characters got races and backstories and hooks elsewhere in the world. But let's try to bridge Arc 2's story recap, shall we, gang? Because again, it's still just Hannah and Chris up.
Oh.
So how do we build on this? What's the main 5 points that happened in Arc 2? Pridefall.
We got summoned again to go and stop a usurper to the throne. This time Queen Loudon was like, "Does this bitch? She's trying to take the throne." And we were like, "But there's magic swords. The magic sword says who's the ruler. This shouldn't be a problem." And she said, "Well, it is. So go sort it out." And
she did say, "Go kill them." Basically, there was.
She did. We argued over that for a long time because I think what she actually said was something along the lines of "Get it sorted." And we went, "When she said that, what did she mean?"
Nori was on a mission. Nori was. No, the Queen has ordered me. I will take this woman out. And the other 4 at the time kind of convinced me otherwise. The 13th man?
Yes.
I think I was referred to for a short period.
Well, that's because when we met, after we got past Kamala.
Yes.
Which we really nearly didn't.
Yeah. Nearly it was the arc done. Yep.
Yeah, we were really nearly like, well, we can't get into that camp, so I guess we go home. We met Vermi.
Yes.
And she was basket weaving with children. She seemed delightful.
And that
she
makes
had a
her a good person. No!
She had a dragon glass thing.
Yes.
She made Lockhart like Gudgeon and didn't incinerate her. She said she was the queen. We were like, okay, well, Latin was a bit of a bitch to us. This lady seems nice. So we're all going to jump ship, apart from Nori and Lockhart, who were like, maybe we shouldn't.
Also, at no point had Loudon been a bitch. My eyes just cover. Loudon was delightful. Okay.
She was lovely.
She just seemed very ruthless at that point. That was the first meeting with her you had properly had, was when she came in to congratulate everyone about dealing with that issue really efficiently, and she said, now that you have done that for me though, go kill this woman.
Yeah, so it was more that she was like cold and aloof and we hadn't really known her that well.
Yeah.
And Vermi was basket weaving with children.
Yes. And
then while our huntress above, Myr'ra, went hunting, we climbed a mountain.
I had to tell everyone I was a werecrow because that hadn't come up yet. And then
Riven offered to sit on you if that would help.
Yep. And then Vermi was like, oh, hey, we're going to go and climb this mountain because reasons. I don't think she told us the reason until we got to the top of the hill.
Yeah,
and then she was like, oh, by the way, there's a fae.
I think she said she had a meeting she couldn't miss or something like that.
Yes.
It was something mysterious, yeah.
So we got to a weird lake. It was a bit creepy. And then I should have been a crow and I wasn't. And we were walking on the lake. And then we met everybody's favorite bead. Kyril,
yes. Maybe everyone except Lockhart's favourite bean, yeah. Yeah. Loyalist Lockhart.
He was trapped in the lake, in like a horrible, like, couldn't take form, couldn't, like, it was sad.
However, probably saved him from becoming human. Ultimately.
Dun.
And then we were offered if we wanted to make a deal. Most people went, no, that seems like a bad plan. We've been told not to do that. Me and Scott went, seems like a great plan. Don't know what everyone else is worried about.
You're like, can you help me with my family problems? And Scott's like, I need a phone that gets to the other island.
And I, asked for help with my family being estranged.
Seems to have paid
and
off.
then Vermi made a deal that Kyril would help her get to Denkmark. That was it. Like,
her part of the deal was that he would always have a place in her kingdom.
Yes, in her court, and he would help that happen.
Yeah.
For the first time we travelled the Fairways.
Yeah.
Oh, they were weird. Yeah, we'd always been in the main throne room the whole time. Who knew?
I think it's while you learned that Kyril had brought silver to the world.
Yes,
of course.
And that
I think
is what you assumed he was locked up for, basically.
Because he was locked up by the Fae.
Yeah.
Not by.
Did we ever?
Yeah.
Did we ever learn if Kyril had? I mean, I'm skipping ahead now.
That's okay.
Did we ever learn if Kyril had interaction with Bran and Elle?
No, because we forgot to ask. And now,
well, we'll get there.
You can ask one of those people.
But it was mentioned, again jumping ahead,
it's fine.
that possibly, because we think that Kyril might look like Bran now, and we don't know why, but that might be why Serithane didn't instantly murder him. For reasons that will come up later in the
Spoilers.
Just while I
yes. But you've learned that Kyril had the ability to just like pull a meteor from like somewhere and smack it into the cascade.
The mountain that we're standing on.
Yeah.
Silvermine.
And then seemingly like it was unknown if he really how much he did to this, but he seemed like he gave the secrets of moon glass silver weaponry and such as well. And we know of at least one person that wields a moon glass weapon. And yes, like it seems to have been quite a big no-no as far as the Fae were concerned. You just chatted a bit with Kyril. Kyril seemed pretty cool, pretty chill, pretty sad, right? Like, all kind of just looking for a place in the world now that you seem to be alone, really, ultimately. Because at that point you didn't know the fate of the Fae, truly. But yes, so You then appeared in the courtroom. There was a bit of a kerfuffle, you could say. Mm-hmm.
Kyra was there, but sort of hidden. Couldn't kind of vanish. Oh god, so many things happened in this match.
Yeah, lots of things.
Vermi and Loudon. No, Loudon wasn't there. Vermi called out that she was challenging for the throne.
Yeah.
And then Loudon teleported into the space.
Good.
Yeah.
It was whoosh.
Yes.
Good thing.
We had learned that there was many rituals with the sword and the throne room, and Loudon had the ability to just immediately summon herself to the throne room.
Yeah. And Vermi had thought the sword would just come to her because she could feel that she was.
Yeah, the challenge was that the sword was going to be put in between the two, and that both Loudon and Vermi would reach to see who the sword would ultimately go to. And I think we were all on tenterhooks, really, weren't we?
Yeah, and I feel like that was a cliffhanger ending again.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good at those.
Yeah. And then it didn't go to Vermi.
Yeah. In fact,
it went to
the Queen.
Technically the Queen. Or actually the Queen at that point, as far as we were concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And then Vermi was arrested.
Yep.
Is this when Lockheart inherited a prison?
Yeah.
Is this when this happened? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So Vermi got put in prison.
Inherited or talked his way into it?
Well, he fumbled his way into the responsibility of a prison, and the guy that was burdened by the prison responsibility was like, "Oh, this is exactly how I move on. Bye. Here's the keys. Retiring."
Yeah, Lockheart criticised their filing system and then inherited everything.
Yeah.
And then didn't tell us, I feel, for quite a while. He was just like, I'm running a prison now.
Yeah.
Nothing else is relevant.
Very much the kind of ADHD, this is in front of me now. Oh, these books are a mess, I'll fix that. Why was I here again? Oh, it was to speak to locked up Vermi, but I won't do that.
I feel like we also tried to look into the records, and there were records of things that we couldn't access. Was all happening at this kind of time. And then we all met up at the prison to talk to Vermi.
Yep.
Because we were
you went and spoke to Loudon, and we're like, what's happening now? And Loudon explained that obviously you knew the right of authorised ascension, which is what was claimed, is a very public declaration of that sword's mine. There needs to be witnesses. It needs to be very open, very public, very observed, and whoever loses has to die publicly. Because the whole point is you shouldn't just be challenging willy-nilly the magic of these swords. It's kept us safe for 900 years.
Yes.
So unfortunately that means Vermi has to publicly be executed. You asked Loudon if that was the case. Maybe, I think even Lockhart suggested, I think Riven and Lockhart were the key components in the what if she's been manipulated into thinking this because of these reasons, like the dragon glass orb and such.
Yes, we were like, is there a bigger plot? Which there was, but we didn't know.
So you asked Loudon, and Loudon said, I don't need to kill her now, but I will need to kill her at some point. Give me a reason to delay it as long as I can. So Loudon was really reasonable.
Yeah, so reasonable. And so we went to talk to Vermi to find a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And Vermi was like, that's not the real sword.
Mm-hmm.
I can feel the real sword. Mm-hmm. That wasn't it. And we were like, plot twist.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so we broke her out of prison, is what I remember.
No, so you just wanted to. And I think this is when both Lockhart and Nori definitely turned, I think, at this point. I think you were all on Vermi's side at this point. Don't think Lockhart was. Lockhart, I think, still to this day, I think, is still on Queen Loudon's side. Yeah. Probably can Santa just come out of retirement and deal with the thing I need to deal with? But what you were going to do is, Vermi gave a rough indication of where the sensation of the sword she felt was coming from.
Oh, yes.
And it seemed to be, according to Nori, because Nori had some familiarity with this location, it seemed to be the royal vaults in the centre of the palace. Nori definitely wasn't caught trying to get into those.
Nope. No. I was not. I was not in the Queen's bedroom at all.
No, none of those things happened. Definitely not.
None of those things happened. No.
Stricken from the record.
Yes.
No, there was a record.
So Lockhart comes up with a bullshit reason, legitimately, with his bureaucratic powers of paperwork, and was essentially signing in a tiny trinket item, a little chess piece that he carries with him.
Yes.
And needs to be accompanied by yourself due to some kind of random ritual.
Magic lady.
Yeah. Yep. And you just walked past a bunch of guards And they were like, sure, this is legit, so why not? I think Nori was a bit sad that they couldn't lockpick their way in, but getting just escorted in seemed also good.
Yes, and this is where the second small creature I had in a cage on my person. We were walking around the vault looking for a place to put our tiny chess piece. And I was scanning.
Yeah.
Using my scan thing.
You're trying to find
I was like, oh,
where this was coming from.
There's something weird about this plinth. This plinth. Lots of energy. And so I released a small imp called Davista.
Who we met again.
Who came back? Yeah, he was big mad. He was big mad. He'd been a gift from Grandma, and I just kept him in a box in my bag. Which not okay. Like, not okay. Myr'ra's learned. But yeah, I let him out, and he caused havoc, which allowed us to like dispel and find.
There was like divine illusion magic all over this. Celestial illusion magic was over this blade when you revealed. Taverstock then stole like a candelabra thing.
Yeah,
and then left.
As he was allowed. Yeah, that's his prerogative. And so at this point, there's a guy. Me and Lockhart are in the vault. There's a guard who's like, "The fuck is happening?"
Why was there an imp? Why did he steal the candelabra? Why are you okay with this? And why is there now a sword?
Yeah. So he was having a bad day at work. And then shit went down outside the vault.
Yes.
And that was when Vermi showed up.
Yeah. So Vermi kicks her way into that room because she's got thighs for days, and the sword flies off the plinth right past all the three of you in the vault, past everybody outside the vault, right into Vermi's hand, and then that's where that session ended. Because turns out this was the real third blade.
Dun dun dun.
Or at least third blade. Yes.
Yes.
A little scamper up the corridors to the throne room to confront Loudon again.
Fight, more fights.
Yeah.
Lockhart watched as you fought.
Yeah. I think he got his dagger out at one point and then put it away.
Yeah, I know that Scott told a guy as Jet the monk. He just said to him, "Mate, don't." And the guy, he rolled so high, the guy just didn't fight him and went away. So pacifism for the win.
Was this like our first actual fight?
I think it was your first.
Had we fought anything before? I don't think we'd fought before.
I think that was your first proper fight in the whole game. Was the palace guards? You talked your way through everything, yeah. So there was so many fights that nearly happened in the game, but you got away with most of them. But yes, so you fought your way through those guards, got to the throne room, and then it seemed like you were betraying Loudon. Quite frankly.
I know. Oh God. We were in trouble. So Loudon and Vermi had a big fight, big dramatic, and we dealt with like a handful of guards. Ooh, we're helping. And then, big dramatic moment. It looked like Loudon was going to stab Vermi. Like Vermi had been knocked out. Like something had happened. Vermi wasn't, and then Loudon was about to stab her. Like it looked like it had stabbed, and then it wasn't. Kyril appeared. Kyril took the blow for Vermi, which was big dramatic moment. Freeze frame, everyone's face. Dun 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 music.
Then we got introduced to our first.
Yeah. Well,
kind of.
Then you did that. I think
Vermi gets up and take out Loudon. Loudon seemingly still there, bleeding out, standing. The body kind of falls away, and this horrible shadowy presence lingered in its place. And said something menacing like, I will come back for this, as the sword they were holding fell to the ground. The illusion magic dispelled, so it was not the third blade, it was actually the second blade. Dun dun
Drama.
dun, the demon blade, as it were, the demon blade of the devils. Yeah. And then Vermi rushes to Loudon's fallen body and says, "Mum." Yeah.
Yeah. And then we all go,
So all the people there, then, time moves forward. Epilogue time. You all get magic rings that says, we've got lights and we can talk to each other sometimes, as a nice little gift from Vermi as a thank you for basically helping her deal with all of that mess. The prides fall. And poor Chiral, tended to by many, many physicians to try and A, keep it hush-hush, there's a fae, because God knows that's a political powder keg, and B, just because Vermi owes it to him. That was Arc 2.
Promised.
Arc 3, we got someone to help us deal with this now massive political problem, which is, well, we've got the second blade. We shouldn't have that. That shouldn't be here. Also, what?
Sorry, I'm just remembering. Go.
So enter the very flamboyant and somewhat strange and self-talkative Falkwin. Apparently self-talkative. Talks to himself. Kind of. His other self. His friend. His imaginary friend who's not imaginary. Yes, shut up.
We've all been there.
So we started off in Denk. Falkwin met the group, and suddenly is drawn into a big audience with the Queen, where she's like, "This thing, get rid of it. I can't have anything to do with this sword." And then, secondary objective, find a way to help Chiral. I think we figured she would probably personally prefer Chiral's safety over the sword, but the opposite was the political reality. And there's probably lots of people in lots of places who maybe didn't want Chiral to get better, as we kind of learned later on. So what happened? We met Sloth. At this point, we just randomly get called into tea with the devil, and we learned some things. We learned, history. I think at this point we learned that Pride was kind of calling the shots. I think this was the first time when we learned Brananel's name and that he was the Blade.
Yes, the first Blade. Yes.
We learned about Sloth's plan and his sacrifice.
Yep, his sad salvation plan.
Yes. And then Falkwin decided to try and read the sword's mind, which went well.
So well. It was.
He had to call in. Yeah.
No, it's just it went great.
He had to call. Yep. No one rolled a 1 at any point in that whole encounter. No, definitely not. Couldn't have been me. To call in a favour with a friend from the Arcanatrix named Myr'ra, who would potentially become the biggest thorn in our sides for Arc 4. Hey, by the way, here's a shopping list for you guys. You know how that favour, I'm calling that in. But I guess we get to that in Arc 4, because that kind of set the scene. So Myr'ra basically helped Falkwin steal some resources from the Arcanatrix in order to make the alchemical brew that connected his mind to the sword.
Some damn pricey ones as well, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. They were high tier. Before the sword, it turns out the sword is kind of like a philosopher's stone from Fullmetal Alchemist. There was a whole cacophony of voices just all kind of crying out, "Free us, this is torture." Very demonic, And then the cats appeared.
Did we not go? Did the cats appear first and then we saw Vermes first? When did we meet Joy?
I think that was that not a similar time period? Because I think the Rakishan Emperor was at that meeting.
Yes.
So yes.
Yes.
Because there was the gems from the dock with the ship arriving. Then there was the escorting them very politically away. There was you guys going into that meeting and sat next to Joy.
Oh, Joy.
I delight.
She was very intense.
Yeah, I liked how
I loved Joy.
I liked how creeped out most of the party were. Like, we just don't like her. It's wrong. She's too nice. Yeah, there's something off about her. And then you learned why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Joy.
My favorite part of that entire arc is her giving like a shoe to Pride. And then Pride breaking the other one and her giving her the other shoe. I don't know why that's one of my favourite moments, but it just highlights how transactional their dynamic is. So good.
So yeah, like Vermi got sworn in.
Very much like you're sworn in temporarily because there's a lot of unexplained things going on and we need that explained, but we're also like, it's your business, it's not really our business, so like just give us an answer at some point.
Yeah. And yeah, we met Joy, who creeped us out. We met Modesta Lara, who creeped us out. We met Margot, a great time.
Yeah.
And Quilburn, a great time. Yeah. And then did we get the message that
Hedera.
I was like, there's another consonant.
So you had went back after the very tense meeting where the Rakishan Emperor pretty much imposed upon the meeting of the Five Blades.
Yeah, he tried to claim an empty seat.
Yeah, like, well, there's 2 empty seats here. Why can't I have one of them? You know, and, I mean, it's a valid question, right? I mean, Cascade is technically the city of the world. He did say, and I am of the world. We're a whole people across the water. Like, but hypocritical not letting us in, and I don't disagree with anything he said, quite frankly. Just looking after his people.
Very charismatic speaker.
Yeah, he's got a point, right, Mr. Catman? You then went back to your suite, your ambassadorial suite, and then yes, we had oh my god, why can't I think of her name? Countess something. Is it Talanis?
Yes.
There was a Talanis.
Yes, so yeah, it's Riven's friend.
He ran, and we were like, Riven was like, "That's not normal."
Like Riven had just finished describing how she's immaculate and wears heels to every situation, and then when she turned up at the door, slamming on the door, she was holding her heels because she'd ran there. It's like, Hedera's in trouble. Horses are ready. Go. I'm gonna wait here. And catch my breath. And then you had a bit of a scuffle with something in the woods.
Yes. On the way, because we were in such a rush, Myr'ra became Crow and ate her horse.
I ate a horse.
Yes, she fell off at first. Yeah. She rolled badly and fell off the horse.
I did, and then I ate it. What?
Yes.
So it's every odd game that animals are in danger. I see. Okay.
Is this why you keep pets with you? Is this why you keep pets with you? Just in case.
Yes. In case I need a snack. Yeah probably.
Sorry.
Oh, it was just foreshadowing that crow in a cage, though, wasn't it? Really, man. But yes, he's got to what seemed like a wreckage of horse and cart type situation, bit of a massacre, if anything. Lots of bloody bodies of Hedera. Yes, Hedera being Helborn. Her gift, you've learned, was that she can make kind of copies if she gets injured of herself, and can also pull them back in to reconstitute and heal somewhat. If she wasn't so politically focused and was more combat focused, she'd be quite problematic. But it was like, I think I said the gift of the Hydra or something I called it. or Hydra-blooded. I can't remember what the term was, but there was some Hydra-based terminology in there somewhere. And you guys fought a Theron.
Yeah, it was hard. It was
Big and
bad.
scary.
Makes it look like the boogeymen of this setting, really. The thing that people haven't survived enough to like even compile information on.
Falkwin's buffing skills come into effect.
Falkwin tanked that fight. Can I just point out?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I took damage.
You were hit a lot, is what I mean by that.
Yeah. We wouldn't have made it through. Like,
I mean,
I think I was a crow.
Main frontliner at that time.
I mean, yeah, Riven's DPS with your ability to like give everybody sustain, like yeah.
Oh wait, this was the fight where I got to use Inspire Aggression for the first time, and I was just like Riven, rip and tear.
Yeah.
Like the music starts playing.
Yeah.
And people learned the sheer damage output Riven's capable of, which is just disgusting.
And then Nori sat on me / hugged me so that I wasn't a murder crow anymore.
Yes, you were.
Power of friendship.
The friendship hug, yes, that subdued the murder crow in you.
Yeah.
Hedera was recovered from a nearby kind of crevice in the rocks. She healed herself. She was very beat up and bloodied looking. Her and Riven had a nice little moment, and then she said, "Where are the other two?"
And we were like, "Where?"
You're like, "Please, no more. That was one, and that was really horrible to fight." And you're saying there's 2 more?
Can we have a long rest, please?
Which is not a thing in this game. We won't even be back to full health. It took us days.
Yeah, which it feels appropriate narratively that fight took so much out of you guys. But yeah, you headed off into the woods to try and rescue the one person who had escorted Hedera from Voros to Cascade. Our favourite boy, Seraphin.
Who we learned.
This is when we started adding exclamation marks to his name.
Yeah, that's when we learned he led 2 of them into the woods deliberately. Like he wasn't just stuck with them. Like he took 2 of them.
Yeah.
And we assumed he was dead, and people were sad about that until we found him, and he was very much not dead. But there were 2 dead Ferens.
Yeah, he was down on one knee. He was very beat up looking. His armor was wrecked, and he seemed very pleased but also defensive to see you. When you had let him know that you had defeated a Theron on your own, his entire posture changed to the point of, "Oh, user, I should take you seriously." Very much user actually threatening now.
We were definitely serious before that.
But yes, definitely a nod to your guys' skill at that point. Well, respect point. Seraphin will remember this in the corner. And then he suggested that we quietly work our way back to the city without using magic or anything or hanging around, because the Ferns seemed drawn to such things. And by the time he's got back to the city, like a day later, his armor had fully recovered itself. It seemed like it put itself all back into the right shape and such. He didn't seem to take a break much at all. Yeah. Good. All around, really. You guys went to spend many days recovering. Yeah. And then problems, right?
Yeah.
How did this all kick off?
At some point,
did we know?
The Modesta Lara conspiracy board started becoming populated during the next few sessions.
And at some point, we found out Pride was in the basement. When did we find that out? How did we know that?
So, you guys got back to the city. Right? Here's the bullet point. You got back to the city. Yeah. You started resting. You reached out to try and get some more information to the Arcanatrix about the gems, and you learned the gems were possibly very problematic. You took gems to Sloth. Sloth then spoke to Aluben privately and didn't keep the one you were going to leave with him. He suggested he might be able to live for about 50 years off the energy in one of these gems. But
and we were like,
what the fuck? We learned Aluben took that gem away. Later, we learned that You then spoke with...
I also met Philip for the first time.
Yes,
At that
you just
point
met
in
Philip,
Infiltrates.
the wonderful butterfly assistant to
well.
Master Duel. He always tries to. So
Oh.
you had learned, I can't remember if it was at this point you learned that it seemed like there was 12 like souls trapped in these gems. Reflected multiple times. So it wasn't like there was, thousands of them in the thousands of gems. It was the same soul refracted to almost like amplify the power in some bizarre way, but it would be like insane level crystal magic or whatever that not many people even in the city here would be capable of, despite the powerhouses here. You then bumped into Modesta Lara in a corridor. You gave her one of the gems. She broke it in her hand and released the soul. And then Aluben appeared, did the same thing, broke it, released. And Modesta Lara didn't seem to react much to Aluben's presence there. Seemed like it was just another person handing her another thing. Nothing odd in that moment. That's important for later.
Nothing wrong with that. But definitely, I personally began to have it in for Modesta Lara. I don't remember exactly what the dialogue choices were at this point, but just something felt off about her. Something felt wrong.
What was your mystery there? How did I see crop across your eyes?
Yeah, I think I thought some of the Pride stuff had happened pre the Ferret attack, but I think it all happened during the Ferret.
Yeah, so
which is crazy to me now. How? Because I just remember us running up and down stairs 7,000
Yes,
times. I remember that happening.
Yeah.
But I also remember I saw Creepy Magic Man, as we thought at the time, the evil dark sorcerer
Malmanis. Yes,
in the magic room you can't do magic in.
Yes.
Name I can't remember off the top of my head.
The council table.
Yeah, he had a big the blade. Yeah, he had a big staff, and I spoke to him. And then Modesta Lara was creeped out by that. She was like, "If you see him, run. He's bad news." Because now we know she's a bitch.
And
we don't know yet if she knew who he was.
I definitely think we
The conspiracy
Hold on.
We as players
now.
We as characters don't necessarily. But I would argue we as players now.
So there was doubt about Modesta Lara, I would say.
We don't
doubt. Yes, the alarm.
When did we?
So the alarm went off. There was massive Ferren all over the city, hundreds of them, and you're like, "There's never been an attack of this scale with the Ferren ever." Like what? I think, maybe it's all those thousands of magic gems that have just turned up in the city, basically lighting the place up like a massive beacon. Maybe was a working theory. You then obviously decided that let's try and protect a bunch of people. Modesta Lara actually said, "Get who you need to into the Grand Council chamber. I'll stay here and protect them." You were going to funnel people to her, and then you told her, "Oh, by the way, there was a big shadowy hooded man with a staff, and he was doing these stuff." And she's like, "Okay, I'll just go deal with that right now."
Yeah.
And then
so she went.
She went
with his change of power.
And we met. Snowstorm.
Yes, Snowstorm.
He was with us at some point. He was like, I'm helping.
Yeah. So he was going to help. Snowstorm is the attaché of Lindaranthuil, the Silver Thorn Elf. Yeah. Yep, he who conquered the moon. Gotta love him.
Not relevant at all.
No,
probably.
No. Campaign later.
Was Amblin mentioned during the Arc 1-2 talks?
So Amblin came up in the very first Arc 1 talk. Because he was mentioned, but the party never went to see him. Because he was out of town and his assistant was there. Halcyon was mentioned way back then, back in Arc 1, but they never followed up on that, and it was probably good that they didn't. Because then it built it up over many arcs.
Wasn't there a moment where they did run into Amblin proper, and he was just like, I have to get back to the moon?
No. We've never met him. We've bigged this man up.
But Halcyon,
we've never met him.
Halcyon has so you've met Halcyon, but Halcyon has spoke to Amblin since the first arc. Amblin has been back and then said, "I need to get back to the moon," and then left again. So that's Halcyon that has that knowledge. Yeah.
Right.
But that's a whole thing. The Theron attack happens on the city. You see this weird hooded, kind of smoky, billowy man deal with them all with these weird spectral chain things that he just seems to be dragging them effortlessly behind him.
Have we not let Pride out by this point? I'm sure we met Pride before.
So, yeah, we can rewind a bit because I think that is correct. So you rewind a bit to the part where you just go down with Joy to the basement with the sword, and there's a whole thing about the sword is actually the key to the vault because all the 5 blades have a vault, and there is a 6th vault that all of them need to agree to access, because it's a majority, like, so it needs to be like a 3 out of 5 situation. But as soon as one person attempts to open the vault, all the blades are informed. Okay. So he's then open the vault of the 2nd blade. Sat in a chair, looking very haughty and pissed off, was Pride. Michelle Gomez, the wonderful, if we could afford her. And she was there. He's then had a lovely, completely tenseless banter with her, and she was like, I owe you something.
We spent an entire session being terrified that she was going to murder us on the spot if we said the wrong thing, I think.
Yes. And was it this not another where we were missing Lockheart and we were like, we need the legal jargon. We don't know what we're agreeing to. What if we agree? And he's really mad at us.
And weirdly, like, the only thing Pride did was sweeten the deal as time went on. It was very much
she just kept offering more
She's like, I feel obligated to, like, this needs to be something we can shut down, basically. Let's shut this situation down, and I know how to do that, and it's giving gifts. How about you can have a soul? And
then we battered her up to
2. Although we had an amazing speech from Riven to Loudon, to Verme. An amazing speech from Riven to Verme about your mum's gone. What comes back won't be your mum. Don't be bamboozled by this devil. That's not okay. And then Verme's like, I was like, it's my mum.
I don't care. And we all went, fair. Valid. And then we also went, but someone else lost their mum, and we can bring her back too. Christmas.
So you got to get Samda and Loudon's soul back. However, Pride informed you, like, we'll need the soul and that's Soulwell, Soulforge. I think I said Soulwell. So need that. That's in the vault of the 5 blades. So gotta have to find 2 other blades to do that. And it's like, well, who are we willing to loop in? And then Pride's like, well, make it quick. Puts her blade in. Clicks the lock.
They all know.
So all of them know. And then the alarm for the city went off. That was the exact timing. Sorry, I was incorrect in my timeline.
I was also like, I don't remember how.
Because then you just ran up all those stairs, went outside.
And we got Margot and Quilburn, and we ran all the way back down.
Because Margot and Quilburn was a thing to get them.
And we told Margot second, and that's why we had to tell Margot first at another point.
Yes.
Because we were like, we did her second last time, and she was mad about it. So.
She also was very just annoyed at the concept of doing it at all. We also had, as I said, I think a lot happened just before the attack kicked off, because I think we got both them back. So we got both them back. So Pride did the ritual twice, and it looked like it nearly killed Pride. Like Pride was really badly beaten up, like frozen through.
I'm sorry, I'm going to throw in something also that I've just remembered, because we had to go and get Samda's body. So Pride also bodied a Celestial. And those 2 poor demons who were the portal people.
Yes, you met those 2.
Met them.
She did her Freddie Mercury pose outside to summon them. They appeared. Portal opened. She's walked through. They screamed.
It's horrible.
You've met them a few times now. She went and bodied a Celestial that was protecting the mausoleum and just put it back. Seemingly just undoing everything she had done since the first arc. Really. So good on her for cleaning up her mess by causing a lot of problems.
We found out why.
So
we found out what she really wanted.
We'll get to that. So you had the bodies, we got them back. Obviously Loudon's was interred properly, and Samda's was obviously in the mausoleum. He's got those back. And then, yeah, we had the resurrection, the nice reunion between Loudon and Verme, which was nice because they hadn't seen each other in years and years and years. Like, Verme stayed primarily with her dad for a long time, who is Brandrin. Quilburn? Yeah, Brandrin. God, I can't remember. What's their last name?
Bronze light scale. No,
light scale.
yes.
No, it is 100% is light
Yes,
scale.
that's
Just forgetting my own lore. So yeah, because it's Quilburn light scale. Brandrin was his brother, and that's who Verme's dad is. Brandrin light scale, who was in love with Queen Loudon.
Yay!
Yeah, not the pride possessed Queen Loudon.
No.
We found out that's been 2 years that she's been possessed for. She also got married in that 2 years to Douglas DeGal, Brian Blessed, if we could afford him. Yes. And yeah,
which you chose entirely because of his amazing bone structure.
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Well, she chose Douglas DeGal for his entire lineage of amazingly heroic buff men that he didn't quite hit the mark on. But she has like a much longer time frame she's aware of that lineage, so she's obviously been cherry picking for a while. And Loudon just had nice skin, because I think Riven called her out and be like, this plan of yours would have been so much easier to get away with if you'd picked someone like an unknown peasant. And she was like, ew. Like, but Loudon has nice skin. It's like, yeah, yeah. Because again, Rosamund Pike is who I would have cast as Loudon if I had the budget.
It's good.
Yeah. It just embodies the vibe of Loudon for me entirely, to be fair, the way she just has that kind of porcelain face. But yeah, so we had that nice moment. Alarm bells go off. The Farron attack is in full swing across the entire city. You guys run up to go try and deal with it. Yep. She breaks it out like a heel. You get there. There's a whole kerfuffle outside with this Malmanis figure dragging them all into this, like, the circular square of the town.
There's something with the white hole. There's a whole... Everything happens.
And then all these Farron get dragged through this floor. And then you also go through the floor. Because it's you.
You said... I meant... It's because you know exactly what to say. To go, oh, yeah, I'll poke that. You were like, something about the floor and the level of the floor, because I tested the level of the floor in the other room, and you were like, you don't know the level of the floor.
Yeah, your scan power wasn't high enough level to detect the level of the floor material.
You said something about that, and I went, I'll try again.
Yeah, I think Riven, I think this was more just knowing you did try and stop you from yourself, like save you from yourself.
Yeah.
But alas, you were first through the floor is sealed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. But the rest of the people run downstairs to try and deal with that situation downstairs, and yeah, the soul well's gone. Dun dun dun. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's a bit of a problem, but the city goes quiet again. The Farron are gone. Soulwell is gone. Yep. And then Hannah.
So I'm.
Oh, 1 second. What's that, Sean? Yep.
I might have tuned out when we were saying this. In order to use the Soulwell in the first place, we did need Margot's help, didn't we?
Yeah. So we covered that. Like we spoke to her second, which is why we wanted to speak to her first at a later point in the story, so she didn't feel off-put or annoyed by the party picking her second. But yes, Margot was looped in because it was her and Quilburn's swords that had to be the other two to open the vault. Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Because even then, we weren't going to talk to the elves.
No. These were definitely...
I think that was also like Nori was like, we can't talk to the elves. I've got history. And we were like, ooh. Mm-hmm. Tell us.
I mean, wait, didn't we... Wasn't it enough to have...
Yeah, we didn't need all of them.
The human blades?
As I said, you only need 3 to open that.
One more? Yeah.
Three out of the 5.
Demon and human, didn't we?
The gist of it was effectively, if anything goes wrong with the council, if 3 people are siding against 2, that's a continental war anyway. So does it really matter who gets the Soulwell at that point? Was the gist of the thinking. So as long as 3 of the 5 factions agree, the vault can open. But it does let everybody know that it's being opened.
Yes.
And Pride obviously put the sword in immediately and be like, well, everybody knows now.
Was it also then, maybe it wasn't
Right.
us just being suspicious of elves. Maybe it was because they don't have their blade because it's Bran and El.
Yeah, they never had
And
a
it's
blade.
his hand. So they're no good to us,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
probably why we didn't tell them. We were like, and I think you're right. I think we didn't need to tell everyone, but we were like, fuck it. They know already.
Yeah.
Let's loop them all in.
Well, you weren't sure if they'd be told or not for those exact reasons. You had learned about Bran and
Yeah.
El being the first blade. You'd known it was a handprint, not a weapon slot like all the other ones. You were figured, actually, maybe it is just enough, like looping in the two people we kind of like already, which are the more amicable people, Quilburn and Margot, just from your input at the meeting. And obviously, you didn't have... You weren't looping in Vermi initially. Despite
like,
Vermi being kind of involved in the whole situation, yep, and has a blade. It's a weird oversight, I think, from all of us, because even I hadn't even factored in, like, oh yeah, Vermi has a blade as well. Like, why did none of us care about...
I was just thinking, like...
Yeah.
Was it that she hadn't been,
have
like,
this in my notes.
affirmed at the table or something?
So she was,
And I
remember,
think
she was
we
on
were
that
also like,
provisional...
"That was wrong.
Yeah.
It's worse if she knows."
Yeah.
Was our initial.
But the whole
like,
the
this is
whole
cool.
situation was a bit... Again, I think it's just an oversight on all of our parts, quite frankly. But we also... It's more fun to involve the people that would also be like, what the fuck's happening? Right? Because they wouldn't just be like, someone's in the vault. That's fine. So we had that. That was fine. Yeah. God. And then, as I said, we fast forward past the resurrection, we fast forward past the attack, we fast forward past all the Farron being taken out, and then we get Myr'ra falling through a floor.
And I was in a creepy tower. And again, at this point, all I have is this man is terrifying sorcerer who blinded Modesta Lara,
Yes.
who was the only person that people think could maybe like fight a devil and walk away.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit like, even for me, maybe this was a button I shouldn't.
And that's that people talk about Modesta Lara being someone that the devils wouldn't challenge openly in case she could take one. Nobody knows if she can, and that's scary. Yeah.
Might. So that's enough of her. And then terrifying man came back in because he wandered off.
Yeah.
I was like, "Who the fuck are you?"
And of course,
I think I
came out again.
Yeah, I waffled and then offered him tea because.
Which he laughed at because it's like, it's been so long since I've had guests.
Yeah, and I was like, well, tea. Me being Helborn came up, and it was a bit of a ooh.
He referred to you as Little Bird.
Yes, which I was like, how do you know? And then he knew the names of the devils that are not the names we know them by.
Yeah, the angelic names.
Which was a whole like, and then I think he just said who he was, from what I remember.
I think he sat in the chair, the smoky hood dissipated away, he was in his black formed armour, his like 5-pointed metal crown.
Yeah, and he was like, hey. So,
it's like,
what's been happening?
Bran and El, King of the Iron Roots, First Blade, Queen of the Rhoynar, Mother of Dragon... No, wait.
And then he said that they'd done a ritual to seal the Fae, and it had involved. Had he known? This is the bit
So,
I'm like. Brain.
There was a plan was formed between the devils and Bran and El, and they built the Soul Well.
Yes.
The Soul Well was constructed, and that was going to amplify Bran and El's power. All of his people volunteered to give their power to help make this work for real, because the war was obviously nightmarish, and Bran and El didn't get all the notes from the devils. And seemingly neither did Sloth.
Yeah, who was technically leader.
And he was the leader of the devils at the time, yes, the strongest amongst them. And that then the Fae defeat, we'll call it, happened at the cost that Bran and El then learned was all of his people. Yeah.
Who were now
the Farron. The soulless, twisted forms of, the Iron Root. Dun, dun,
which is why they were so hard to hit.
Yes.
Powerful.
Yeah. It's also why their blood was black, because it's all
Iron.
iron.
And he did drop just a throwaway line, that none of us got hung up on at all, about the fact that his partner might still be alive, and we were all like, perfectly fine. None of us are going to get hung up on that at all.
So you've read into that line, might I add, correctly, but you've read into that line. He said that he left his partner out of the ritual, and he felt terrible because they would have died alone.
Yes, and we were like, or not.
Like, no, they definitely still live. And it's these 17 possible NPCs. That's probably all Suri. But yes, there was a lot of.
I was on that train the whole time.
Yes.
Good fun train.
He very much was sad about that fact that
Yes.
he was like, oh, they must have died hating me because I
big,
left them alone, and it's valid, right? Like
Yeah, it'd been 900 years.
Yeah.
They weren't supposed to live that long. It's a whole thing in this world.
Yeah.
And then he was also like, oh, so by the way, I'm probably going to try and bring my people back. That might fuck up the thing we did with the Fae. Just so you know, don't tell anyone. He didn't say, but I internalized it. I don't stop this sad man having his chance of redemption.
Yes.
Even if it did blow
Which I love.
I am willing to make.
I am willing to put the world at stake, myself, on behalf of the sad elf man whose partner may still be around and sad. And yes, totally valid.
Yeah. Completely fine. Definitely, like, if you're a logical person, I should have gone straight back and gone, by the way, Hananel's alive and he needs a hug and some help.
Yeah.
We didn't tell anyone important. Get to that bit of
Which was nice, though. You told the party, and the party were like, maybe we should hold on to that knowledge until we see how things play out after the clusterfuck of, we're going to a dinosaur island, you said? Okay.
Bye.
By that time, we had been distracted.
So Arc 4.
By that time, another place of the map had been revealed.
Oh, yes. The I think is it still covered up here? No, it's not. Let me just move over. It's there. The Dino Island, yes.
We met the amazing Ignysera.
Indeed, yes.
You might not still be there.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm just finishing.
No worries, that's okay. So yes, we got introduced to the wonderful Ignysera, who is the niece of King Quilburn Lightscale, from the Draconics, the span, which is just above my head, the span. And she was introduced to the party probably initially resented being assigned, because Quilburn was like, they seem to get into a lot of fun adventures, and I want to be involved in that, but I'm not allowed to be involved in that, and you're not doing anything, so you're going to go and get involved in that for me, basically.
And bring me back up.
So yeah, Quilburn felt very FOMO about the whole situation.
God, so much happened in Arc 4.
Yeah, and we're very much going to not need to go over everything. What was the main highlight, right? So it's point 1. Syrah called in her marker.
Went on a quest. Side quest.
So, Sean, tell us what Syrah asked.
She was working on something called the Abradak equation, which is sort of like the solution to perfect magic, like everlasting, cheap, no ongoing costs.
Self-perpetuating spells, basically.
And basically, some of the expensive reagents that we used up for our misadventures with the sword, she was basically like, okay, well, I also need some expensive reagents for my stuff, so if you could just go get those ones, which are
just from the supermarket just down the road, right?
Yeah. So she needed 5 feathers from the big, scary, house-sized birds in the mountains that eat all the travellers that try to go through the mountains.
Yeah. Remember the Aether Raptor birds?
Yeah. She needed a lunar bloom, which turns out, we found out later, grows in Sen.
So there was hot dark and high places were the different categories of where it can grow, but it's very rare to find, very hard to maintain. If you perceive it, it seems to not being perceived after that. So how it grows on its own without being perceived is also very weird. The plant's weird. It's a very strange plant. The party had back in Arc 1 seen a lunar bloom, tended to by a Surrey Thane. Back in Arc 1.
Mm-hmm. So I forget if we ended up taking one from his garden.
Well, you met him in Dagda Cathair, which was the dwarven city, because you travelled there to get your big Averaptor bird. Yeah. Margot's like, you can go hiking through the Death Mountains, or I could just get you one.
Yep.
And you're like,
oh. Again, debated. Just going to get one ourselves.
Because, bird hunting.
Yeah, through the mountains. It'd be awesome, right?
Adventure. That's what we're here for. Adventure.
I'm trying to rein in my desire to be like, and then we met those cool
the bric-a-brac people, yeah. Black guts bric-a-brac.
And the last item on her shopping list, by far the easiest one to get, of course, was 3 eggs worth of eggshells of the king's best friend lizard.
Which once again pushed us towards.
And we thought, do that last.
Yeah.
I argued against that. I said it would take us too long.
What's 27 sessions between friends? Oh dear. So you did that.
So we went to the mountains first.
Yes, you dealt with the dwarf situation. You got the bird sorted out. You met Katie and Surrey Thane. Because there was a bit of a situation with some refugees that got brought up, and Surrey Thane was going to go sort that out for you all.
Yeah.
And
because Margot had said,
do you trust this random dude? Basically, because there'd been attacks.
Yes, there'd been attacks in the refugee tunnels.
Yes.
We were like, that sounds not okay.
Mm-hmm. And these were refugees from Caldera, so they were like Helborn refugees, and Riven's wife Hedera was one of them, and initially set up this whole refugee safeguarding, escorting situation with Margot to ensure that secretly these people could get through the mountains, beneath them, of course, not over them. And unfortunately, the last 3, I think it was, trips, there had been several of them dead, killed on the trip. Specifically, killed rather than just dead to travel. Enough that then Talanis being promoted up to councillor meant she was no longer governess of, or the Baroness of Voros, Riven's hometown. KT ousted from his cushy job as mayor of Loudenhall. For the
most sunniest place in the world.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. The sunny south, he got to go into the snowy, I guess north of Denk to Voros, where there was a free position available. He got to take over that and was like, well, I'll help this situation because that seems important. He's also had suspicions whether he was Helborn or not, or at least a Barlen, at least. And yeah, him and Surrey Thane volunteered to help. Margot was like, I don't know these people. Do you know these people? You vouch for them?
We were like, yeah, we do.
Yeah, we like these people.
They're great.
There was a brief aside where Aluben made a necklace, a lovely necklace, in a beautiful dwarven forge. The golden bloom amulet. Definitely hard to hear. Yeah, you
go. The reason for making that necklace was important because Nori recognised the cause of death of the murdered refugees.
Yes.
And then feared for his life.
Yes. Nori, do you want to cover that?
Yes, basically they'd been stabbed through the heart piercer, and it was the same way my father had been killed and my mother.
Yes.
Dun dun dun.
More reason to push us away from Dinosaur Island.
Chris, why you gotta attack me like that? I just write what's in front of me, okay?
See,
and then
he blames us for taking the side quests, but he puts them just that much in front of our noses that we're going to go that way.
You don't know the level of the floor.
You just don't have to do the things. You just do choose to do them.
Guys,
I gave you a side quest to go to Dinosaur Island day 1, and there was a boat organised for you all day 1. What did you say? Let's go to the dwarf place and go die in the mountains. Okay.
Yeah, we met up with Seridane to be like,
in a pub.
Yeah, we vouched for you to Margot. Oh, but also, can we have your Luna Bloom? And he said, who needs healing? And we went,
ding, ding, ding.
Shit.
Guy, just a friend.
Just a friend. A friend is he did a really heroic thing, but we can't tell you anything about it.
Was this our first time learning? Was this our first time learning that lunar blooms have healing powers as well?
Yeah.
Seridane was like, oh, what? Yes, who's in trouble?
He also gave up silver fey coins that he's all like from Arc 2, the people from Arc 2 that had silver coins from Chiral. He gave them up as part of the that needed silver for the potion that he was going to make, which also just there is so many weird things about that. And Seridane's like, I'm not going to question why you have pure silver coins. That's fine.
By the time we reached this arc, I bet he probably wished he did.
Honestly, I think it was very much a case of you were like, I know you have questions. We would love to tell you, but also we don't want to tell you. Can you just take this on faith, please?
I think we were also at that point we thought we were more hamstrung by Pride's deal than we were. And so we thought she could strike us down from a distance if we even hinted at anything that had happened prior to this.
Which is fine because she has a scary devil.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. Yeah, that's
she's
valid.
great, but she's So yes. So or at least we were using that as an excuse of why we can't do it.
Yes. It's like we'd love to tell you. If we ever can tell you, we will tell you. But right now we can't. But our friend is dying. So if you can help, please to help, and we will go deal with this little side quest through the mountains for you.
Yeah. So everything went off to make a potion.
Yes.
We went through the tunnels with Sir Conthream, 3 elven maidens, and an ambulance, and I think a goat/donkey.
Yeah, I think it was both at different points. I think it was Tofu the donkey, But yes, the 3 elven maidens that were accompanying Thream, because we love Thream, as he was just sauntering through this, because if Seridane can't make it, I will go, because it's something to do. And again, trying to make a name for himself in his new town that he runs, good guy that he is. Hands on, Yous were then attacked by swarms of monsters, and there we had some nice artillery fire, and then Conthream draining an elven maiden almost fully of her blood, and then turning into a massive swarm of bats fighting all these skybugs that were burning. Basically telling guys to run to safety. I've
just remembered what happened next.
Please.
We found a cave.
We met an immortal bee.
The immortal bee. Yes. Posy. Wonderful Posy.
Lovely Posy.
The dead bandits around the dead campfire with a jar. One of the dead bandits clutching a jar with a bee inside it, trying to buzz its way out. And these are like, do we let it out? Or do we not? It's been in there for at least several days. And still alive, and why is there a bee? Why is our GM writing this in? And then I think
we made a deal.
Was it Myr'ra that tried to speak stealthily to the bee, or was it Lockhart?
Really?
I read the book.
Yes, I think Lockhart read its mind, right?
Yes.
And it was basically a case of, please read this passage.
Yeah, and I went, okay.
So please read my book.
Yeah, well, sure. And then I was a bee, and you met Posy.
Yeah. Posy. Erratic, jittery, shifty posy from the Arcanatrix. Yep. And yeah, she'd been
Conveniently
studying.
forgot to mention that her dad was the...
Yeah, well, she basically gave the impression she didn't have a family.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she was very
Mhm.
misleading about that.
Yes. But yeah, quite happy to not be a bee for a bit. You know? Definitely. You guys
Traded off time.
Yeah, you guys swapped in and out of bee form with her for the journey. You met up with the refugees on the other side. You were expecting, I think, about 20, and I think you've got 87.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something like that. Many.
Yeah, lots more than you were expecting. And then,
Mhm.
as the journey continued through,
We lost more and more.
Did we not go up to Sin first, though?
no.
We did. Yes, no, you are right. We did. We crossed.
Did we?
We walked
no,
across the desert.
No, we didn't.
We totally walked across the desert the whole time. There was no tunnels.
Yes.
Ah.
You
We
travelled
got them
to
back
Sin
anyway, yes.
the whole time. You were
Yeah.
going to Sin. There was no
We were always
refugee
going to Sin.
situation.
What are you talking about? We were always in
Yeah.
Sin.
Correct, yes.
Mhm.
Now I
Mhm.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
mhm. But yes, you
Yeah.
were
You know, that
in a
Later.
that happened after the cave.
technically,
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Sean, but it also was
Okay.
instead of the cave.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
We were imprisoned by Sir Ethane for consorting with the Fae.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
then
that's
I
skipping ahead
consorted
slightly,
with
I
the
would say.
Fae.
There was a little bit of a bonding between Nori and KT over the,
Yes.
actually, your blood tastes a bit elven, what's that about? And it also tastes a bit, maybe, Barlen Helborny? Maybe? And you got a bit of insight. He's like, I don't really know, but there's probably records in your hometown that maybe clear this up a bit, so maybe we should look into that, because all the stuff I looked into years ago was more about sourcing exotic woods for my carriage. So, yeah.
Yes, I done a very good impersonation of him.
Yes. But yes, you recovered him quite nicely. You kept him well fed as well on things of a bloody nature. You lost some people to the heart piercer killings. You started piecing together the puzzle that it seemed to be certain types of people that were being targeted by the heart piercer. What were those types of people, folks?
The Berlin. People who
Yes.
made deals.
Yes. And then seemingly after all the hubbub of chasing people through tunnels, we seem to almost get somewhat of a confirmation on KT, who was then stabbed through the heart, pinned to the wall with like a 2-foot piece of silver, a silver weapon of some kind. And then Lockhart and the Heart Piercer had an illegal psychic battle because Lockhart didn't have that power. But it happened anyway. Just the sheer force of psychic power that is Lockhart. Him and the Heart Piercer had a bit of a chat. Katie seemed fine afterwards because Katie mentioned he'll know when his deal doesn't work or something mysteriously vague that way. So yeah. And then you got back, and Katie was like, "Oh, I'm sorry to do this, but like, you're all under arrest. I'm really sorry. This is really awkward, but
We were like, what?
It was.
yeah." And then Sir Ethan's like, "In this room now, please." And it was like a nice magically warded room. And then you were all like, "Why are we here? We are innocent people in this world."
We've never done anything wrong.
Ignysera being like, "Actually though, why are we here?"
I done. Come on.
And then obviously
Guilty by association,
Falkwin being like,
guilty by
"Well, I know
association."
what crimes I've been involved in, but none of them seem what he's annoyed at. So why am I here?"
Yeah.
And then it's like, "Yeah, these
Also
are
valid.
Arc 2 crimes."
Sorry.
Yes. So yeah, why was Sir Ethan angry?
Oh, because we'd sent him to heal a Fae and not told him that. I think he was quite annoyed about the not telling bit.
Yeah.
I think that bit seemed to be a bit more of a sticking point.
Yeah.
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 And then he was like,
Would
the
you have
Iron
helped, though?
Laws.
Yeah, you
It's
breached
something
it.
we never kind of got to because of what
Oh.
happens next. But would he have helped?
Yeah. Like, what do you
We
think
will
if...
never know because we were never in prison.
Do you
Yeah,
think, right, I mean, this is a complete aside from an aside, but like, do you think if you'd spoke to Sarithian and said, by the way, we have a Fae that needs healed, but you should meet him before you make a decision? Since you did say it to everybody else that had judgments about the Fae's like, no, go meet this one. He's totally chill. Do you think, based on what you've learned, that he would have went through with it, considering that he looks like Branonel? Stuff that you didn't know at the time,
Yeah.
of course.
We didn't know that at the time.
And that might have been why we were also locked up, because maybe he had more questions.
Oh, 100% he had questions. You just didn't get to ask them. Because, Hannah...
Well, when you offer me a get out of jail free card in the middle of this magically sealed room that's not supposed to have any magic happening in it.
Well,
'Cause we
Cairo
tried
owed
that.
you a deal.
Yeah. And we just healed him
Mhm.
by his own. And so he was like, hey, do you want to be in Sin now? I was like, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Let's not be here.
And yeah, then reality got a bit wishy-washy, and you were just outside in
My
Sin,
grandma's house.
the grandmother's house. Yes, Lady Featherstone.
Yay!
Yeah, you were always on the way there. There was no other side quest nonsense that we had to worry about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Well,
the Surrey Thane business was in the past and got resolved.
Yeah.
Or never happened.
Yeah, or just maybe nobody really thinks about it much. Luckily.
Yeah, and it turns out Grandma like way more important than I was aware of.
Yeah, she seems like some kind of weird independent arbiter of all the devils.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Which
we
is
learned
like
that.
shit.
We learned that there was some good pastries in Sin. Alexander wanted to ask me about a million other questions about Sin. Did make a friend, yes. Maybe mended some wounds of the past as well. With
Mainly
our
with
grandmother.
And discovered why there was so much animosity between family members.
Yeah. You also learned of like the deal your grandmother made. Yeah.
And then again, as with all of these things, not just this, but most media, failure to communicate is what caused the problems. Yes, grandma lives until is it her granddaughter? Her granddaughter has a child.
Yes.
So I have a kid.
We're basically allowed 3 active generations at a time.
Yeah.
Her daughter, and then your mom's daughter.
And then
yep. So if you have a kid, grandmother's immortality gone.
Gone. And grandma had obviously planned for mum to like this all to be planned, and mum would take over as like but I know we've met my mum briefly. That's not her vibe.
No.
Her vibe is much
doesn't want to be
more
like High Inquisitor of this, like the devils.
Yeah,
like, no thanks.
She's much more practical magic type. Much less High Inquisitor. Yeah. So I was like, okay, well it sounds like everybody reacted poorly. Because mum and grandma had a big fight and nobody came out well from it. Basically.
And like there seemed to be like the trauma of the fight that seemed to also get like physical. Like your mum's like wings got injured. Hence why
I didn't know mum transformed.
Yeah.
That was a whole
and like that was kind of like you learned kind of maybe more and more why you were never allowed to like embrace your like bird side, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, like why it was a bit like for quite an accepting, like open, like loving family. Like the bird thing was still like a don't tell anyone, hide in the basement. Type vibes. Yeah. So I was like, okay, cool. So I have more information now, and I'm just going to gently poke this with a stick. So we invited Grandma to come visit, which hasn't happened yet, but probably will. Probably at a moment that's the least opportune, as is best.
Of course.
Yeah.
Then. And then I think the next thing was Myr'ra and Falkwin and Ignysera all got in all Arcanatrix bulletin saying that the Grand Master had been killed.
Yeah.
Dun, dun,
Grand
dun.
Master Gamble killed. And it did say killed in the All Points bulletin.
It's like, like it was big drama. At some point we met Pride, but like
we also learned that you really should go maybe turn yourselves in.
Yes, we did discuss that for quite a long time.
That whole like breaking of the Iron Laws trial pending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, like, fast forwarding it slightly, because I think there was amazing revelations after that. That was mainly the oh god grandmother stuff. You then obviously had a chat with Pride briefly, Mama Pride, and then it's very laissez-faire that she is. You then went back to Cascade City, handed yourselves in effectively, and then we're like, it's cool though. Here's our plan, right? You did some prep work with Quilburn and Margot, and they met Kyril, and
Mhm.
you know, Quilburn was losing to card games with Kyril, and you know, lovely things that happened. Kyril had always been outside the city, hanging about, waiting for you guys to introduce him to some people, and then you just went to trial, and then Ignysera gave a fucking insanely good speech. The capstone of very good speeches, might I add. Like, there were many good speeches from everyone, and then just that beautiful capstone from Ignysera to be like, technically, I'm not on trial, but also, like, deal with it. Yeah. Which...
And then against all expectations, the human Vermi and the devil Pride were the only two who voted to convict us. The elves, dragons, and dwarves all voted to
Vermi
acquit,
wasn't
and they were
allowed
the
to
ones we
vote.
were
It
worried
had
about.
to be a stand-in for Vermi.
Oh yeah.
And it was the
Douglas
next,
Dugal.
the next
Dugal.
legal in-line stand-in was Douglas Dugal.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah, and he just seemed like, well, of course they broke the iron laws, so, well, they're guilty. Of course, what else would they be? And then we did that nice in reverse order situation where Quilburn's like, nah, they're cool. Margot's like, yeah, they're probably cool. Douglas Dugal's like, nah, absolute bullshit. Like, then Pride was like, yeah, bullshit. Absolute bullshit. And you're like, wait, what? Pride said she was going to vote to...
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what?
Shit.
And then Modestellara carried the vote for all the elves as their decision by committee, and she said, yeah, not guilty. And these were all like, wait, what?
What?
She seemed like the guaranteed guilty vote.
Either.
Yeah. But her...
Did she not guilt tripped us before that?
Yeah, you had spoke to her before that about how she lost her parents and she had watched them die. It wasn't that they had always been dead.
Yeah,
like everybody else, she got the trauma of actually seeing them die.
Was that not our thing as well? We're like, yeah, we thought it'd be more than that.
Yeah, Lockhart was like, is that it? Yeah.
We were very unsympathetic to this poor lady.
Yeah. Very. These were very much on the she's evil, how dare she have feelings and be upset about her parents being murdered in front of her when it didn't need to happen that way by these magical fae people who could just have decided they were dead. But no, she had to watch them as a child. Yeah. So I think she has valid reasons for being angry at the fae and anyone that sympathises with them. But her view was just, he can go away like the others did.
Yeah.
That's okay if that is the outcome of this. She was very, very okay with that. Which I think surprised all of you. You thought she was going to be, well, he needs to die. But she was very much no, he just has to not be a problem. Which, I mean, I think he's really, really sold her down the river, quite frankly. I think she's a lovely person. Absolutely not a problem. She offered to save everyone in the Ferran attack. She went and dealt with the threat in the Ferran attack. She incinerated 3 of them in a corridor with her cool, everything goes black and white hand beam. And then... Do you know what I mean? Like, she did all this blind as well. Like, she voted to, acquit you guys in the trial, and you are like, yeah, fuck her. Like, Magna did nothing wrong.
Big Magna apology.
So this then gets balanced with the fact that Falkwin's magical ally, Adept, who... a few episodes prior to this, I think it was after... It was maybe just before the tunnel? I don't remember. I don't remember the exact situation, but at some point, Aluben kind of revealed herself to Falkwin fully as Aluben Goldleaf, which was a revelation. And during this whole thing with Modestellara, we were kind of thinking, she should know Aluben, shouldn't she? Because she's been the Queen of the Gold Leafs since forever, since the Fae War. Um,
And mostly we know
She was not
Aluben
pleased
isn't
at
that
being
old
asked
as
about
well.
Aluben.
That's the other feature as well. We know that Aluben's
yeah.
maybe 400, 600 years old, right? We know she's not
Mhm.
900
Yeah.
years old.
But Modesta Lara was not pleased about being asked about Aluben. It didn't seem like a very good memory for her.
The god ambition.
She believed Aluben to be dead, by her hand, executed, for the very dangerous research of trying to become God.
Yeah, what's a little apotheosis between friends? Like, you know, it's fine.
Which is what Aluben's name means. Aluben is not a name, it's a title. She is the Aluben. She is the god ambition.
Yeah.
Because she cool. This also, I think, came up because Modesta, I think in talks with Grandma, we discovered that there was more investigations and they thought the heart PSM might be a gold leaf because there'd been golden light
Yeah,
seen.
witnesses said there was golden light near most of the situations of the attacks on the so-called
and
Barmen.
then I think in asking Modesta Lara about that, she said that she knew where all the gold leaves were.
Yes.
She's just aware of all of them.
Yeah.
And then we were like, oh, maybe she knows all of that.
Yes.
But yes,
And
just
only
throwing
gold
that-
leafs can enter their like fabricated world they made for themselves called Mirage. And that's the golden kind of like light that comes up, and that's almost the doorway to Mirage. And that can kind of be summoned by any gold leaf.
And also, like, just Modesta Lara conspiracies continue. Like, it's not as though we were like having a nice cup of tea with her after the trial.
Oh, yeah.
She kind of magic brain hooked us into some mind meadow, so that she could talk to us.
Not everyone,
which
though.
Modesta Lara kind of half resisted, for reasons that Myr'ra kind of half resisted for reasons that Modesta Lara was confused about.
Confused, but didn't comment on it. And also her like mental image of herself as well also was blind. That she wouldn't need to be any like magical psychic world. Which we thought was like, how deep does that scar how deep does that scar go? You know, etc. But yeah, she could have just been her former self if she had chosen to be. As well, but yes, she did note that with like a look, but didn't comment on it at the late arrival of Myr'ra, because of the seemingly Brannon L interference ring that we had there. But yeah, you learned a bunch about Aluben. You had a conversation with Aluben about this, though, not too long after. You had a wee chat with her. Yeah. Aluben's a big risk taker. Yeah.
But before that, we caught up with Verme, right? She's also acquitted.
Yeah, Verme was mostly just lying down in her office. That she's like, I have an office now. There's responsibilities. This is all new to me. Lockhart gave her winter friend's scarf, his winter friend's scarf to her, so she could like use it as a pillow. And yeah, like she just seemed like she was having a tough day. Big stress.
Go back to the silver mines.
Well,
she was
Queen's Rise. Yeah. Was that Sean?
She was confused that Suri Thane healed Cairo at all. With the way she told it, it was basically like Suri Thane came, he healed Cairo, and then he was like, I'm going to need to report this breach of the Iron Laws. This ain't okay.
Well, there was definitely there was a fight in the palace that Verme made all the guards stand down. She's like, I don't even know if I could stop him, so I got out of his way.
Yeah.
As she tried to rush to Cairo's side, and then he had healed Cairo, and we're like, well, why? And he just left.
Now we know.
And now we know. Now we know.
Yeah.
And then we did a bunch of admin in the city.
Yeah, we went to the Arcanatrix. We learned a bit about Amrith's murder investigation.
Got invited to join the Warlocks. Falkwin. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think I got invited to that.
I feel that was an open invitation. You could chase that up.
Yeah, the half-orc lady was like, if you're going that way, you'd be a useful asset to us over there in case we need you.
Yeah.
I mean, you never quite made it to that continent, but that's fine.
Indeed.
I might have been
we'll
there.
see where that goes. I mean, some people went to the pub and saw a very
We bought him a cake.
interesting character.
Halcyon's graduation.
Halcyon.
He became a master wizard and he was allowed to like actually be the wizard of a town. Like, yeah, because he was doing that job anyway. And he was selling furniture he was making by hand to try and fund the job because he couldn't officially be running the office at the time. And Loudon was like, just get this man his title, please, because he's been doing the job. So Loudon, who has taken over temporary stewardship of Loudon Hall, whether or not in an official capacity or not, they were like, well, it's kind of her town.
It's got her name on it.
Yeah, literally, like, yeah. So they kind of left Loudon to it, really. And she seemingly took a liking to Halcyon. Was like, well, you're doing the job. Why don't you have the title? Arcana checks, get the man the title. Done. You promised him some gold leaf tree wood at some point.
Yes, a table.
Yeah, so I can make a table for
Halcyon,
Alabama.
Halcyon likes making. Yeah, Halcyon likes making furniture, and Falkwin kind of had the idea to use this to help kit out Alabain's garage, make a workspace for her.
Yeah.
Alabain, of course, wanted it made from gold leaf wood.
If possible.
So that's another place we need to go at some point, you know.
Yeah, the haunted, abandoned gold leaf forest where nobody goes because it's spooky. Yeah. That
sounds great.
Yeah.
Right up our street.
Exactly. We're main characters. We have to go there. It's not been uncovered in the fog of war yet.
Temptation put in our way once again.
I know, right? Terrible. Yes.
I think I was just going to say, I think we did admin, and then we're like, if we want to go to Dinosaur Island, we should go.
Mm-hmm.
We should get on the boat that we're supposed to be on, and we should go.
Yeah, you got on the boat finally. You then had that heart-to-heart with Alabain. Yeah, we had that where Falkwin had it with Alabain privately and then shared with others because she was like, I don't mind who you loop in, but just be aware it's your choice. And if they become problems, Alabain doesn't seem above cutting a bitch. So, yeah. We did learn
there was a period of distrust between me and her at some point after this conversation.
Yes, but there was a very big.
We ended up in a good place.
There was a very big revelation of she let Modesta Lara kill her.
Yeah.
Which was the big risk of I needed enough power to fuel my ritual, and I was doing things illegal anyway, and I was then basically told your exile will be from living. Modesta Lara Kamehame has her, and then her ritual worked, which wasn't guaranteed. Mm-hmm. And we learned just the sheer levels of risk Alabain will take to get her way. And you asked her how far along her project is she, and she said she's halfway.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, did the moon not change colour?
The moon wasn't quite a beautiful white blue that it normally is. It was very dull amber. And that seemed to be a big thing that people were a bit worried about. And then you were like, maybe I should phone Brannon L. Or maybe I'm getting a phone call from Brannon L. Or maybe Brannon L. was you're up on the crow's nest talking to this random drunk man.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
And then I wasn't.
No.
And then I was in the tower again.
Yes.
And I was like, my friend, what's happening?
And what was happening?
Oh, no. Well, it turns out he was like, there's stuff I remember, but I have to do something and I might not remember it anymore. So I need to tell somebody, so I'm going to tell you.
Because it was costing him too much of the power he was holding on to.
Yes.
So the power he was holding on to, which we never covered earlier, that ritual with the soul well meant that all the souls of the Iron Root people, he was basically like a big battery of. And anything that he was doing, it was like leaking and basically he was not able to guarantee to get every one of his people back because if their souls bleed into each other or bleed out or whatever, he was very concerned about doing anything big with his power.
Yes. And so he's like, so I'm going to tell you just by the fact that I don't really know you, and you're like, sure. And I was like, okay. And then he was like, so by the way, the Fae, we made them into the humans.
Yes.
Apart from the Queen, who's on the moon.
Yes, the Queen of the Fae, part of the deal that was made, she got to remain the Queen of the Fae, isolated from the rest of the world, in the moon that was built by the Ironroots.
Yeah, turn out that's an Ironroot city. Who knew?
So they built the moon. The Fae is on the moon. Fae Queen is on the moon. And all the other Fae became humans, because there were obviously always humans, all the time anyway. Or maybe there weren't. And that was a big revelation.
Was a lot.
Yes.
And then he was like, I don't know who could, like, why is she awake on the moon? And then we went, oh shit, there's this bloke
Yep.
called Amblin who said he's been on the moon.
Yep.
And he was like, that's bad.
Mhm.
And then a bunch of teleporting happened, which was good and bad.
Yeah.
Ali Ben drank a bunch of it.
Yes, she absorbed a lot of the radiation.
And then we went through fun mirrors. Me and Ignysera nearly drowned. Because it turns out we're bad at swimming. Because the mirrors were off.
Yeah,
all right.
They were a bit
We
jury
didn't go
rigged.
to the moon, we went to Leadenhall.
Yes, yes. You then,
Not sure how you pointed that far off, but
you know, the wrong angle for the light to bounce off of, something like that, yeah. You went through the obsidian mirrors, yep, seemingly like an iron route, like either discovery or invention or whatever, but seemingly how, like, very reminiscent of the floor that he travelled through also, and Myr'ra travelled through with him. So, yeah, Bran and Ellis seemed like I could just take us all to the moon, but I don't want to abuse that level of power because I need to go fix the mirrors.
Trying to hold on to all the souls.
Yeah. It's like, gotta go fix the mirrors. Bye? Really?
Yeah.
Because it was like,
we
do you want to come with? Like, it's not really your job to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm going to go fix the mirrors. You guys need to not be irradiated.
Yeah.
So you need at least a week. And we were like, oh, but before that, what did he put in Falkwin's head?
Indeed, before that, he imparted knowledge of the Abradak equation to Falkwin. And then wrote it down in Ironroot scripts, just because Falkwin was like, just if you could do that too. This has turned out to be a bit of a gift horse.
Why so?
We'll get to that, I suppose. Turns out like this Ironroot imparting of knowledge, like there's a kind of baby Brananel who I don't know, has a bit of an ego.
Young Abby. Abby, the seemingly sentient Abradak equation in your head. Never.
Yes.
Never. Yes, I think putting a pin in Abby, you get to Dinosaur Island through more teleportation. Because why the fuck not? Yeah. And then you just meet Madame TTOT.
Madame TTOT! And the 5 brothers.
Yes, the 5 lizard folk
they...
brothers, yes.
And there's a big light in the sky and a loud roar. And we spent quite a lot of time trying to figure out, oops, if we did that. And then I think we come down on, we didn't.
No, it seemed to be Namaj Neb's territory. And a big, legally distinct from Godzilla beam in the sky. Yep.
I think it later transpired that the light and the roar was due to a fight between Damaj Neb and a particular interloper who might or might not be the Solar Emperor, who is leading a contingent of Rakishan, who we discover are on the island also.
Yes, we discover when they try to murder us.
And then we see one of them spying on us.
And Nori holds his own for ages.
Yeah, Nori really, again, we can tell how Nori has survived, given Nori's attitude up to date about the impulsive thoughts that Nori has often. Like, was it the Queen's bedroom? I didn't know, I thought it was the bathrooms. Yeah, like, Nori's survivability is insane. Why need armor when you've got, like, the luck of the gods on your side? But yeah, you fought that Rakishan assassin, yeah.
Yeah, and between that and not making a single hit with the sword. Not a single hit. Dodge all I can, but
Yeah.
not a single. And then I use my daggers, and guess what?
Yep. Immediately an
Success.
amazing hit, yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously the other three of you took out the other assassin. But yeah, Nori, well done on that. Definitely props to you for that alone, because we saw how dangerous they were. They were like the whiskers of the Empire, we learned. And they seem to be incredibly loyal, dedicated, and fans of volatile jewellery.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So after an explosive meeting or two, you guys discovered that Namaj seems to be missing a key component to their snout. Seems to be slowly dying. This big, huge beast would have towered over everyone if it wasn't for the fact that it was like KO'd on the ground, very sad for itself. And it seems like the Rakashans have extracted this big crystal, like harmonizing crystal thing that it uses to like regulate its magic, because this thing seems to like live and breathe magic. Many people were upsetty about this, not just because a big cool lizard of the island was upset, but because that something that big leaves an impression in the magic of the world, and if it's not regulating, the ripples from that are gonna mess up everything else magical that can't regulate that level of power, especially if they're not expecting it. So the magical cascade that may or may not happen because of this element of the plot might be quite important to solve. And Alu Ben was a really big fan of getting that crystal back.
For entirely altruistic.
You know,
so naturally, you all sent your best friend, Sloth, off to go guard the crystal. And then you phoned Pride.
Yeah, and then so slightly before this, we'd met Gamble, not dead.
Yes.
And he'd been like, I've been spying, like, things are happening. And then we told Sloth that Brennan L was still alive. And then we didn't know a crystal was on the ship at this point. And we sent Sloth. He was like, that boat's going. I'll go see what's going on. So now he's on the boat.
I like boats.
And it was a case of they'll be looking for someone. I'll go and be the someone. I don't want to climb a mountain, so I'm going to go on a boat. Yeah.
We fought some T-Rexes at some point, didn't we?
Yes. There were some King's best friend problems because they were attracted to the magical tent you had. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Open the door and close the door again quickly.
Yep. Like, oh, no.
But while we had Sloth, I've got written here, we did ask him about a few things that have come up since last time. One of the more notable things he told us was, well, he didn't really tell us, but when asked about Modestellara, he got weirdly contrary about the way he replied. Like, he described Modestellara as noisy, and that doesn't really fit. And he says, oh yeah, elves live as long as they want, don't they? No, they don't. So, not sure what he was doing there. Not sure if he knows something.
Yeah. I love your really specific note about anything about Modestellara. It's like, note that down. Need to put her on trial. Need to justify the murder later.
But we also learned he's not made any deals in many, many years.
Yeah.
Seems like a long time. Here we found a gift as well.
The what? Sorry?
Sarah found a gift for her uncle.
So that was back at the other side island, yeah.
Earrings that smelled like pork. They glow glow around pork.
They glow in the presence of pork. And you gifted them to him, and he was over the moon. He's like, oh my god, I hope the canteen's serving pork tomorrow. Yeah.
It went well.
But the good thing is, it does remind me that he is giving you a gift in return because of this. Do you remember all the steps that you have to take to get this gift?
Oh god, I think I wrote them down.
Well done.
Which was, he's locked his office, but you can go in and just get it from his drawer, but not that drawer, the other drawer. And not the red box, the blue box.
Don't think about it. Don't open the blue. Red velvet on the hat for some reason. Under paper. I've written the instructions down as best as I think I had them at the time.
It's probably as best as I said them as well. Yep. It was almost like walk through the door like you're meaning to go through the door, but don't act like you're trying to get in the door. The door isn't really your problem. You're in the office anyway, and you don't. If you don't do that, you might be outside.
Yes.
And it might be like you might be outside Cascade City.
Yeah. He's not really sure. He set it up a while ago.
So at some point I ever get in his office, I can see if I can remember.
But that's fun. I'm excited for that. But that's a wee bit ahead of this timeline. Yes.
We activated our phone tree. Again, this took probably too long of a discussion.
Before that, after the dinosaur fight, during the fight, Falkwin had almost been killed. But little Abby stepped in to save him.
Well, he's tried to fix Gamble's little magic drain problem, so a bunch of you mixed 3 different types of magic to supercharge Gamble.
That was it.
I forgot we did that.
Yeah, so 3 of you and Posey, who was like, let's just do more magic. Posey was like, what?
Yeah, we were supposed to be perfectly in balance, and we were, and Posey wasn't.
Correct, because Posey's dad was in danger.
Yeah, fair, valid. I feel that.
And then, yes, you were thrown backwards, Falkwin, yes. And then you had a little chat with Abby.
And Abby was not very fond of Aluben.
Your head was already busy.
Called her a parasite.
Yes.
Strongly implied that I'd never be able to understand the equation / join with it as long as Aluben was there too. And this kind of set Falkwin off on a bit of introspection, like, how well do I know Aluben? How much do I trust this Abradak sentient thing? And like Brananel by extension, is this Brananel that's in here with me? Is this something else? What's going on?
Yeah,
it's all very confusing. And then the phone tree.
Yes. Then the phone tree.
So obviously Hannah just phoned Sloth, right?
Yeah, this is the point though that we were like, we have to ring Margot first.
Yes,
because
that
we
call
never
back.
tell her anything first.
Call back
we
from the third
she'll be mad.
Yep.
Yeah, we didn't really get far on the phone tree because I think quite early on we rang Pride, and Pride was like, "Why have you put my power-hungry brother on a ship with a big magic thing?" And we went,
shit.
Shit, he's just like cuddly, adorable, like old man Sloth. Like, he's fine. I forgot he tried to. Yeah, it could be fine. And then I tried to ring. I think this happened at the same time I rang Sloth. Is that the order of events?
So yeah, I think you rang Sloth. I think you rang Sloth first. I think.
Yes,
I think
and
that
then
happened. And then
as I did it, went, oh wait, he just pulls you to him when you ring.
Yeah. So you ended up interrupting a meal between Sun and Sloth.
Sun and Sloth. And they seemed well chill.
Yeah, like, I mean, Emperor's son had his feet up on his, like, arm of his chair. There was a big banquety thing. Him and Sloth were just munching away. Sloth, like, what's this about a crystal you're asking me? And you're like, oh God.
Like Morse code blink. Don't tell. I think I waffled something about a research project. I think we tried to make it about the crystals in Cascade City because we were like, everybody knows, like, that's not a thing.
And it's not technically a lie. You are interested in trying to solve that ... And then you were given some advice by Emperor's son that said, well, the best geomancers in Cascade live in the Seat of the Sun. You should come learn from us.
Yeah. And I think I, as normal, fully introduced myself with my full name because that is how I operate.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, yeah, I think I technically have an invitation to the Sea of the Sun.
Yeah.
So,
from the Emperor himself.
Yeah. So I think I waffled for a bit and panicked and then left and went, oh shit, guys, I forgot about this. And then we rang Pride. And she also did what she does every time we ring her. And she just gives which is also what she does. I don't learn.
Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. And we went, oh yeah, this might be bad.
Yeah, like my brother, who was trying to like create a whole new world for demonkind, and then kind of like killed an entire race of people potentially. And then and you put him with a giant magical ripple bomb over there with
we did
with
that.
Sun, the person you're very worried about, who has an ego the size of this planet. Like, wow.
Yeah, we questioned our decisions quite a lot.
And we also learned from Pride that envy and lust have been with the cats for decades.
Yeah.
Potentially Sloth is having a bit of a family reunion as well.
We'd also speculated about, not them specifically, but about some celestial involvement in the gem crystals in the first place, because who else would have had the power, and who else would be so interested in souls?
Yes.
Just, again, to throw out more conspiracy theories we made.
Yes.
And then she ports us back to Cascade.
Yeah, she's all...
with her poor demon friends.
Those poor demon guys that form that portal. And you end up back in Cascade City. You then meet up with Quilburn. You give the gifts of the wonderful porky rings. He gives a very cryptic way to get into his office that even I don't remember. And possibly it's for the best. And then you then tell this poor person to leave their office. Because there's a meeting about to happen about the state of affairs that you have told everyone about magically, because he's the forgery that Gemble dealt with. You know, was a bit more impactful, where people were like, "Oh, you're still alive? Okay." So yeah, there was a whole big thing about magic might blow up.
Yeah, maybe we need a plan.
And the Rakshans might have a nuke that could take out the dragon.
Yes.
Yeah. And the dragon is the biggest, like, besides the devils, who are fickle, and obviously some of them are actually in Felix, the other continent, like, the dragon's the biggest defense we have, like, politically, as like a kind of, don't come over here, our mate,
continent-wide.
Our big brother will beat you up type situation. Because the dragon originally was made by the combination of angelic celestials and demonic devils. So, yeah, it's a mighty creature. A solitary mighty creature that birthed all of the Draconics. But that's another story. You then had the chat with everyone. Quilburn had so many maps and charts. He was so hype to get into this meeting, and he just invited everybody. He was like, yeah, everybody should come. These are the people that know all this stuff. Let's go anyway. It's meant to be a private meeting with the blades, but that's fine. Yeah, so these are all like special guests of Quilburn, I guess, to this meeting. But then you met Katie and Sarita.
Yeah, I think there'd been a bunch of like...
Well, if we pause on that, Falkwin went to the Arcanatrix to just check in and actually complete the quest by handing these eggshells in to Sira.
Falkwin caught up with Sira, gave her the eggshells. Sira had already received the feathers and the lunar bloom by this point. But also, like, here's the stuff you asked for, but we actually have bonus loot. Here's the equation. Don't ask me how I got that.
There's a lot of that in this campaign.
Fuck, this is written in cursive. No one is alive who writes Ironroot script in cursive. Where the fuck have you been? Where did this come from? And I was like, well, we can't really tell you. Also, there's an Ironroot child in my head who is kind of the living embodiment of the Avrodak equation. Yay! And she's like, okay, just wait here. Locks the door. Goes to get Master Gamble.
No, she has a deal. She had a meeting with Gamble because Gamble turned up and everybody thought he was dead. So there was a big meeting of magic's fucked. I'm not dead. There's bigger deals. She went to that meeting, came back, but she was like, the expert here is. She never said who it was. She said she was going to go get the expert. Dewell walks in. Wonderful Master Dewell, and he does always try to do well. And in came Philip, the butterfly.
In came Philip. While she was away, going to get them, Falkwin had a chat with Alumen, reaffirmed their partnership. It remains kind of somewhat transactional. We're not super friends. It's kind of complicated, but we're there for each other, and we both trust.
I think
each other.
I was going to say, trust was established or re-established. I think she said that like everything that you have achieved is because you both worked together. Like you both worked together. Yeah. Also, she doesn't live in your head. She reaffirmed you. She doesn't take space up in your head. That's just a medium how you communicate. And anytime she's been in you, magically, you have let that happen. With your Kamehameha, this is totally risk-free. I am not burning my literal essence here. Anytime you've fused with her for extra power. So, yeah, like, I mean, everything Aluben's done has been beneficial to you guys, right? And she lives in a bracer.
Bracer, not head.
Exactly.
And then, it turns out Philip is going to be the head examiner. Philip's the butterfly.
Yep.
The equation kid at this point starts throwing a bit of a fit. It's having a bit of a tantrum. It doesn't like this idea. It wants to expand and take over my mind and merge with me. That's what it means when it says I would understand it. I would understand it because I would be it. It described Aluben as mess. It described my mind as mess. It wants to clean up. It sees us as
very Cyberman.
Yeah. Philip is in my head as like this kind of mid-50s professor. He kind of agrees with the equation kid. He's like, yeah, this is a mess. We should cut this out now. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? That's fine. Go with that. But before anything can happen, the equation kid does something. Blasts Philip. I don't know. It implies
basically said
dead,
no and squishes him because Philip had sat physically on your head in the world, and in the headspace he was the professor he used to be. And then she squishes the bug on your head. And you weren't sure if you had been made to do that or she manifested to do that. You were very unclear because there was a lot happening in the other team at that point.
Well, sometime before this, Nori had massively threatened
that poor Draconic scholar who was just like the the shop class style part of the Arcanatrix. And you were like, we could get this professionally paid for and recharged, or we could get students to do it for free. Let's get students to do it for free. And they were like, this is like a gold leaf artifact. These are like illegal. Like, why do you have this? And you're like, we're leaving. It was so many bad rolls.
We went through. How many ones did we get at one time?
It was so many.
So many.
See, that it was a T-Rex part 1 and 2 fight that was so bad. It was so bad, and I'm like, you might all die. And honestly, it feels fitting at this point that 2 T-Rexes kill you on Dinosaur Island, just to like 40 ones that have appeared. It was rough, but luckily you didn't have to deal with that. You just left that guy to his anxiety.
No doubt it'll come back to bite us, but at the moment. Something else was
created an enemy. Yes, we were meeting with Saithane and Katie. And because Falkwin had been so honest, which obviously Myr'ra doesn't know, but Hannah does, I was like, do you know what? Cards on the table. So I've got this ring. Did we name drop Branonel, or was the ring enough?
What happened was you were gesturing with your hand, and I asked if it was the hand that had the ring on it. And Saithane immediately changed his body language and was like, where did you get that? And you were like, fuck it.
Okay, so,
Branonel gave me it. And he was like, Branonel's alive? And you were like, yes. And then all of his armor formed a doorway, an obsidian mirror, and he rushed through, and you all followed. Yeah. Then what happened, gang?
Get to the followed bit.
Oh,
Yeah, you all went through and saw.
yeah. And we were in a tower, and they had a reunion, and they had
beautiful
for each other. And it was really sweet.
Then,
so nice. And then a big beam of golden light strikes the tower.
Yes.
And we all get shoved back through.
They introduced themselves to each other by their pet names for each other. Summer Storm and Daybreak.
Yes.
And they embraced, and there were tears, and then all the light, the colour seemed to drain.
Yeah.
And then
like a black and white type sky beam that somebody can do.
And then a massive beam of golden light seemed to hit the tower, and then Branonel.
And Branonel, sorry.
Yeah, on you go.
All his armor flew off and went round Surithane, who's not called that, to protect him, and then they took him out the tower. Yeah,
you were all pushed back through the obsidian mirror portal that was made of Surithane's armor.
Surithane's armor.
Yes. Branonel's armor.
So poetic.
The king's armor protected Surithane and by proxy pushed all of you back through the portal. The mirror shattered with the force the tower was hit. Destroying the mirror in the office, which was Surithane's armor. And yeah, the tower was hit by this big column of light as it all absolutely collapses. And then in the little epilogue scene, we have a very dainty hand lifting off a very kind of glowing crystal. And then we hear the voice say, "Thank you, Your Majesty." And that's where the game ended. Yeah.
Oh, the Solar Emperor got Modesta Lara to assassinate Branonel.
It must somehow be Modesta Lara's fault.
That was very...
No.
The hand's description. Oh, you think no?
No, I don't think.
Who do you think it is?
No, I'm not going to say. Because I think, I'll give it away by just saying the other person who went on the boat with the Solar Emperor.
No, I would be more sad about
that.
that.
So that was a very long in the tooth recap. What I suggest we do is let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, I think that's good. But I think that was an incredibly good recap of literally all the main points since the beginning. Hopefully it kind of highlights that some of it was planned. There are some true lines that have been there since the beginning. Hopefully it's not just an absolute ad-libbed mess. But yes, we'll come back in a 5-ish, we'll say ish minutes. Grab a cup of tea or something, and we will then actually start Arc 5. Actually starting Arc 5.
Oh my goodness.
Let me remember how to get us on break. That looks like a break screen. Let me mute us.
No escape.
Okay, so if someone could do
Still
our
some
audio
match.
test for us as well, that should be us back. We'll do a very quick audio test. You need to speak for that to happen, remember?
Audio test.
Yes.
Testing
Test.
audio.
Yes.
Testing.
And hopefully that updates at some point. We can have a look at that.
Woohoo.
hmm And then once we get the go ahead from that,
Continues to talk.
I would like to say
Yes.
that I have not got any cool book, but I have upgraded
Audio
my
sounds
tea
good.
drinking experience
amazing.
to just having a full teapot.
That's amazing. Hell yeah.
So I would always run out of tea.
My new fidget isn't my pen, it's that giant dice they gave me.
I love that.
It's so
Cool.
big and it's so heavy.
So do you roll that, or do you just show what level?
No, you just show. So when you
Yeah.
start a
I
fight,
love.
it's at 0. The escalation die
Mhm.
doesn't exist for the purposes of mechanics.
Okay.
After turn 1, if it does seem like the fight's getting dramatic, you put it to +1. And then each round it goes all the way up to a 6. And then it sits there. Because basically if you're already on round 6 of a combat and the +6 isn't helping you finish that off, then there's something wrong and you should have ran. Basically.
Okay.
Or-
Good. Let's all store that.
Or until someone burns the dice with a really big ability of theirs, where it burns the escalation die and nobody gets to use it.
Oh.
Speaking of big dice,
Amazing.
things one my granddaughter got me for Christmas.
That's so good.
Aw.
That's so good. Chris, we need
That's so
we need to
cute.
play in real life so you can roll it on a table. Oh, you're not even that far from me, I don't think. How's the yeah, let's not get into that. Oh,
Yeah, we
like,
need to
oh.
move on.
How is the audio? Are we all good for that? I assume.
Yeah, it's all good.
Audio was fine. Audio was
Perfect. Excellent.
Way.
Good hello and welcome back to part 2 of part 1 of Arc 5 of the finale of session 1 of Sunfall, the Cascade game that I do. And I'm surprised I haven't mixed up Cascade and Cadence. Oh man, it's amazing. Anyway, I'm Victor, the GM. It's the 10th of January, I think, still, and here are the players.
I'm Sean, and I'm playing Falkwin, who's the mythical speaker who keeps a magic ally. And as we found out during the recap, magic ally is still an ally. The other one is maybe not.
Tentative.
So that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Yeah.
Heinous butterfly murderer.
Right? Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who's a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Hi, I'm still Hannah, and I play Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
We got there. We did it. We did the thing. Oh dear. My notes say part 1, full recap of all arcs. Part 2, actually session 1. But yes, so we know what happened because we did the recap. Incredible work, everyone. Incredible work, quite frankly.
We did
It's
it.
kind of amazing to recap like 2 years of roleplay, like so well. So well done, everyone. And hopefully it helps, obviously, the people that weren't in the first couple of arcs, just for a slightly more like overview of things as well. But yes, where we left off was obviously everyone except Falkwin getting volleyed out of the obsidian mirror into that poor person's office, quite violently, as the destruction of the tower happened. And obviously we had then like the moment Falkwin had with the Aberdac equation, dubbed Abby, seemingly killing Philip the butterfly on Falkwin's head from some kind of weird metaphysical like way of perceiving poor Professor Philip. So 3 months later.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, I think that's good. That's a 3 months
that
later.
I wasn't ready for.
Yep. 3 months
We
later.
live for at least 3 more months.
You guys are
I-
traveling with a companion that you have only met in the last month. Lots of things have changed since that day. Whew.
We still have a moon.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to that.
The big things
Oh.
first. Oh,
So-
good. Oh, good.
So, many things happened after that. Where to start on the list of things? Okay, so that first line was Arc 5, 3 months later. I've covered that. You guys were traveling towards the span
Ooh.
with your traveling companion. But we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. That's present day. But yous have been sent on a little quest by Quilburn. The Arcanatrix and the Whitehall have undertook a rare joint enterprise expedition to Dinosaur Island. Based on the information and alarm that was raised about the magical cascade potential, they have sent many resources to render assistance with Namaj Neb.
Yay.
They're effectively trying to act as like a harmonizing crystal between their mix of divine and arcane energies, right? So that's a thing that has been happening. They seem to be doing okay at not making the problem worse from what they can tell, but they're also not really sure how Namaj Neb works. So that crystal is vital, because magic burns through people. And no one's harmonizing the people harmonizing Namaj Neb. So there's that. While that's happening, the other side of the table, Pride, Wrath, and Greed are also working on a way to potentially create an artificial harmonizing crystal. Because they are 3 incredibly powerful celestials. And it might not kill them trying to do that.
Souls.
Yeah, with a lot of oomph, quite frankly. So they're going to try and create an artificial, and by artificial we mean a magically created crystal, right? Like we assume the soul gems in the city are. So they're going to try and work on that. They are very clear about how natural crystal growth would take centuries, and they definitely don't think there's time for that. Like, they feel, not uncomfortable is too strong a word, but it's as if someone's like opened a window in a house. That level of like, they're aware something shifted in the world. They can't really say it's something they would have noticed if nobody pointed it out. But the very fact that they're like, oh yeah, magic's going to possibly build up into a big cascade, and they're like, oh, that's what that is. That makes sense. Fix that. So yes, the devils are actually, on board with this project. You can kind of understand why. But centuries it would take, possibly even millennia, to make a crystal that actually did what Namaj Neb's did. Because we don't know if Namaj Neb survived the Feywild time weirdness, which means that crystal could have super grown in that time period. Because obviously we don't know how much time was lost in there. Besides that,
so we know that Sloth, Lust, and Envy are over in the west.
I mean, 3 months ago,
and we know that
you were told that's where they were heading.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
Like, Sloth was heading
sure.
that way, and you haven't necessarily heard anything from them in 3 months. But let me just turn my page.
And that's yeah. So at that time, that's what we heard. And at that time, Pride, Wrath, and Greed were over here. Have we heard anything about the existence of gluttony?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Cool.
Nope.
Ghost.
So, Vanel, Ethane Ironroot, has reclaimed the Grand Council. For they are the king of the Ironroots now.
Shit, man. Didn't think of that.
They wear the crown. They are now the First Blade. And they have relieved the elves from the council. and has taken up place as the First Blade. Hence why a lot of this mobilization has happened, quite frankly, and the other 4 members of the council have met privately to discuss what they actually can do, which is nothing in the face of this, because as per all the rules,
the Iron Roots are in charge.
And they can dissolve the council at any time.
Yeah, we looked into that, didn't we?
Yeah, you did.
All stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Because ultimately the thing was built up to protect the world from the Fae, and really, it's not really an issue right now. We've got a much more feline-based issue, potentially. Or at least a crystal-based issue, because it seems bigger than the Rakishan as well, right?
The last I heard, there was a queen-based issue up on the moon as well. Like, do we have a moon now?
I have more pages.
Yeah.
So yes, since this relieving of the council burden, the Queen of the Goldleys has not attended a single meeting since.
That bitch.
Sorry, I'll
so
stop
hard. It was so hard.
Lundoranthwil and Irduardanon, because we love those NPCs that very rarely get mentioned, have both welcomed an Iron Root leader with open arms.
Oh, such followers.
I mean, because at their core, the Iron Roots are the elves.
Yeah.
All the other elves came from them. And that is their leader. Or at least the person their leader chose. Right?
Yeah.
Ultimately. If their hand operates the table, who's to say that's not the way it's supposed to be? No. There is a new gold leaf representative that sits in one of the 3 chairs. Yep. They are named Lord Lucius Goldleaf.
No.
And they seem
like?
reserved and polite.
I don't trust him.
Yes. Like someone who would pierce hearts.
I mean, you could ask them. I mean, they're very good looking, if that helps. And very pleasant. Because I have wrote a reserved, polite, pleasant man. So.
The Douglas Dugal of the Goldleaf.
It says here.
He doesn't have a part to play in this. You've not given him a real name.
Lucius Goldleaf is rather proactive on the council, and is very involved with the current quest you are all sent on, which is known as Operation Clear Skies.
Oh.
You are escorting.
We've become the elite track team.
You're escorting Lucius into the span to a city called Equo City, which is Aequo city. There is a research workshop there where this project has been it's housed there. Effectively, a very large project. And King Quilburn and Lord Lucian Goldleaf are very involved in this project. It seems, from what you can gather, this isn't something that just appeared 3 months ago. This is something Quilborn's been working on for a while. But there's been no real, urgency, shall we say, for it. Yes. 3 months have passed. What questions do you have for me? And I'll let you know if I can answer that or not, because you will all have been rather busy, because regardless of the things you'd like to have followed up on, you've got the world to not blow up with magic to deal with. Never mind the political storm that would be accusing another continent, or power on a continent, of being warmongering. So, let me just have a question from each of you. We'll do one at a time, okay? And we'll go in the standard order. Sean, Falkwin, what do you have for me? Do you have any questions about the last 3 months that you think Falkwin would actually have had time to look into?
Well, one burning question
Yes.
About the current situation. Does Aluben know Lucius? Lucius? What was it again?
So you don't want to know what immediately happened after your scene ended?
Oh, well, okay. As well. I mean, that's in the past. This is the present. I put the present before the past first. Like, do we go chronologically or kind of...
Well, you get one question, so ask me what your one question for the 3 months is.
Wait, are we doing one question everyone total, or just one question for now?
You get a question, Kalli will get a question, Hannah will get a question, Chris will get a question, Lockhart asked his in private, definitely. I'm not just going to make it up and give you some exposition, and then, you know, we'll maybe come back to you. Depends how much I've got to say.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
well,
3 months bubble.
I guess,
what would you like to know?
I guess the fact that Aluben and Lucius are maybe people who might know each other or have known each other at some point is something that can continue to be resolved. So I guess for me, yes. I would like to know generally about what happened after Philip died.
So, let us all cast our... No, that's fine. Let's all cast our minds back to that moment that we phased out of from the last arc. So, you are there with the, like, horror dread feeling of this, like, presence on your head, and then, like, the snuffing out of, like, Philip's, like, presence in your, like, mind, rather than, like, obviously, you know, a butterfly being squished on your head, which might not give you much sensation at all. The very fact that he was an active presence in your mind, that pressure is gone as Abby reaches out and crushes that, and she disappears into blackness. Okay? You clearly had passed out. You wake up with a very worried Myr'ra over your body. There is a lot of medical staff from the Arcanatrix, and in the corner there is a priestess from the Whitehall in the corner. Seemingly they have been there for days.
Okay.
You have cards, flowers, balloons, some other kind of magical, like, trinkets scattered around. It looks like you've been unconscious for a week.
I, Sean the player, am getting flashbacks to a mountain biking accident when I was 13. Something not dissimilar happened.
And I was the... no.
Okay, so I can work with that.
So, when you come to, after a day of conscious recovery, you get a visitor, Master Duel, and a butterfly.
Ah!
Master Duel offers you a glass of milk that he half drunk on the way there. He says it's very good, but maybe drink it today and not tomorrow, is what he says. Philip rests on the bed, like it's like the bump where your knee would be or something. Nothing is said. Obviously, it's a butterfly, and then it goes back to Master Duel. He stares out the window for a bit as if he was finishing a sentence that you didn't start, and then he leaves with nothing really attained other than you have a half glass of milk. And that is basically him checking in on you. Myr'ra obviously fusses about and was told by the medical staff she has to leave you alone. She needs sleep. So, yeah. She, despite her being quite able to, like, meditate her way through life if she needs to, being, like, elven, they're like, you need to actually rest. You're doing him nothing. Like, he's awake now. We think the danger's over, but we also don't know what happened. So they're basically giving you, like, this day, and then you're likely going to be, like, debriefed, as it were. You look through the cards. It's things like, obviously, I assume the party wrote you cards. If they didn't, they're dicks. And then, obviously, Gamble seems to have stopped by as well. There seems to be a card from Posey as well. So there is, like, an array of cards. And, yeah, just definitely a lot of people...
royalty?
None that seem obviously from royalty, but there's a lot of things that are there that look expensive. So it's almost as if these are, like, you know, maybe these are very exquisite, like, you know, rock candy from Dagda Cathair, but there's no name. It doesn't say like get well Margot, because she would expect you just recover anyway, because if you were worth your soul, you'll get better.
That's fair.
But you can definitely recognize things like this is clearly dwarven candy, right? So it definitely looks like there's been a lot of people, fussing around you. One of the questions you get asked not long after you've come to and you've been like quizzed by some of the medical staff is, why can't we remove the bracer? Something you have been able to do.
That now?
You can decide it. Would you have answered or would you not have? Because they couldn't get it off you. And you've never had an issue taking it off.
Yeah, she's probably feeling quite protective of me right now.
But yeah, in that day, there is nothing from Alabin. And then I'll ask Kalli, what question would you like to ask?
Oh. Well, I just want to know if I
So
got
cruel.
that thing out of the out of Coolburn's office. That's what I want.
Give me an intellect roll.
Oh no.
First roll.
And we'll see how well you navigated his terrible... You can have an asset from his instructions, but that might also be a hindrance. I'm unsure. But we can say that's an asset, obviously, for this puzzle. Yes, first roll of Arc 5. Navigating a bullshit puzzle. A door puzzle, of all things.
3. You get 1 asset. Let's see.
Hey.
And what's our final number there? Is that like
Good, pretty good.
22? Something like that?
Yes, 22.
Yeah. You very tentatively, and like obviously you're quite sensitive to draconic magics, you can like feel like layers of draconic magic woven through this door. Like kind of like not in a way that should make sense. It's as if someone's tried to decorate a door with like rope, but they've just put knots through the place so the rope actually holds on. But the rope would be magic in this example, right? Where like he's just laced this thing with enough magic to bamboozle people. And you get into the office, you go to the drawer, you open the drawer up, and then you lift the paper out the way, you get the red velvet box, you open it up, and there's this nice ornate looking ring that's in there. And whatever else I'd said, months ago now for this bullshit puzzle, you navigate effortlessly with a 22.
Yeah, I have to look at the drawer but don't think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, all the kind of don't perceive the problem, just be the solution to the problem that isn't there, or whatever he said. And then, yeah, and you find yourself with a ring which is effectively identical to the light scale ring, except it isn't a torch. But it has the same message power as the others. And that is, I think it's like in fact, I'll let you roll a D8 for me.
Okay. 1D8.
Yeah. So yours does 50 words, not 30, like the others.
Nice.
50.
Yep. And I think it's a D10 roll for depletion as well. And again, the gist is you can talk to someone you've met before, I think, so long as they're on this plane of existence or whatever the hell the spell wording was. I forget.
Okay.
But basically, if you've met them, unless something's magically trying to block it, but it's a level 5 magic item as well, so that's probably important to write down. Which means, like, if something was blocking it with like a level 3 like spell, it could punch through that. Which is good. But it was also made by like, Quilburn, so you'd expect it to be pretty good.
Is it a cipher or is it?
So it's an artifact.
It's an artifact.
Yes, I think it's the box beneath them. But yes, and as I said, when you use it, you get to have the full use of it. Then you roll the depletion roll of a D10, and then if you get a 1, it runs out of juice. Or if you roll any other number, you've got it for use again, which is nice. But that's what he gets you as a return gift of, yeah, you can have this too, and it feels like I'm not just, giving you it. It feels like, you got me coolie rings as a souvenir from Dinosaur Island, and they glow in the presence of pork. you will be glad to know that he is over the moon the day they serve pork in the canteen, because before he got in the door, he knew it was pork.
What?
He is over the moon. So yes. Hannah, Myr'ra, your question.
Speaking of the moon.
Not grandmother and mother, no.
Oh.
Or the moon.
I do think there's almost an element of, because Myr'ra was like the one in contact with Bran and Elle, and that's what he was working on, and also has a connection to the moon because like she transforms into a giant bird. I almost think she's maybe gone like quite focused. So I do think it would be the moon.
Okay, yeah. King Vanel and yourself have a conversation about that. The conclusion to that is the moon won't matter if the world blows up.
Yeah, valid. But also,
and if there is something wrong with the city, there are many failsafes that were designed to stop it colliding with Cascade.
Yay, new fear unlocked.
So, Vanel doesn't seem that worried about that, but Vanel seems angry.
Yeah.
Vanel seems driven and angry, and he's always seemed driven.
Yeah.
But now he seems incredibly angry. The very fact that he's like exposed as well publicly seems to have like removed any kind of like reticence that he may have carried himself with. Like he seems to be like, I am it now. I am the Iron Root. So he definitely seems to be very focused on fixing everything that seems to be fixable. Okay. Besides that, he also, if he can get to the moon and solve it, he will. But there are so many other moving parts in the world he cares more about stopping. Such as whoever is responsible for the attack on the Blackspire, which is Bran and Elle's tower.
Yeah.
So yes, he seems very focused on that. It took the entire Grand Council to talk him out of sailing to
Invader.
He doesn't blame the Solar Emperor at all. He just seems really angry at a particular elf. Yes. So
he probably also knew her.
Oh yeah.
He's as old as.
You don't say.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yes, that's your. Yep.
I would also say that possibly in her bedroom, using, I don't know how, she's probably trying to build an obsidian there.
I mean, sure, like maybe you tried to pick up some of the shards of like the glass that would have broken. I think
you might need at some
and
point.
like I think maybe you, obviously during the conversation you and Vanel had the conversation you and Vanel had, he seemed very dismissive of that, like the shards of the obsidian mirror. He was like, they don't work anymore. You can have them if you want them. Like that's not how I fix things. He's very much this is the new direction I'm going in, and then 20 people stood in front of him and went, don't do that. Wait,
maybe do something else first.
Like, let's think about this. And he's like, well, okay, I will. Walks straight up to the council chamber, dismisses what he needs to, realigns all the priorities of the continent, and then is like, also, like, these guys aren't wrong. There is a magical problem we need to solve. We need to solve that. There's a magic nuke on the loose, as we've seen, destroyed, it destroyed Abradak-built architecture.
It's not supposed to be. I think that's some of what Myr'ra's like. And she's not, like, the magical item. Like, that's never been her. But I think she's doing that, like, I knew stuff, and I didn't. I think she feels like she didn't tell the right people. And therefore, the guilt of they could have had more time. like there could have been more. I think she's like channeling that into. There's also maybe in the fact that we were told stuff, like there's something Falkwin and the equate, like I think she's like hyper fixating on things that aren't necessarily the correct things, but that way of like I'm going to channel all of my misplaced, like anything I can't fix that, but I can maybe fix this, and that's maybe a problem that we can fix. So I think she's maybe.
And I think it makes perfect sense as well. And like, well, Branonel, again, I'm going to keep calling him Branonel because again, Iron Root King in my head was always Branonel. Vanel, he isn't dismissive of any, like, he's like, oh yeah, the moon will be fine. But he's also like, we don't have the resources to assign to that project. Like, we can ask a couple of people to look at it, but it's not as big a deal, unfortunately. I think in one of the big meetings as well that you were all part of, Pride said, I'll fix it, I'll just hold it up while he's, scurrying around underneath. And it was very much a case of everyone going, don't be facetious, but also everyone going, but can you do that? Like in that kind of, how strong are you if you didn't care about all the limitations your parents put on you, right? Like, and I think, again, just to add, like, I don't know if anyone else would have said anything about the information that was passed to us about the Fae. I mean, passed to you.
We don't.
Yeah,
we don't necessarily know. And again, even though she's now feeling guilty about, like, if I told people earlier about this, she's probably also like, I understand that we all don't think it's a problem. However, I don't know if you know the actual problem. And therefore, even if it's in my wardrobe in my house, I'm going to keep working on it.
Yes. And I think as well, there's also like an argument to say, what does telling people solve?
Yeah, apart from panic.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, oh god, the Fae are everybody. Oh god, this is horrible. What if we're all in danger? Blah, 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 blah. And then everybody starts killing each other. He's like, you could be a Fae now! Ah! Yeah, witch hunt situation, and we know that, like, the only reason Branonel actually was able to hold on to those memories was by burning the souls of his people to fight the deal with the Fae. Which he was like, I can't do that. Like, like.
So that's like, I think she's also holding on to that. Like, I see what you mean, but also there might be things you don't know, but I can't tell you right now. And that's what got us into this situation in the first place. So I'm going to build a mirror in my cupboard.
Okay, perfect. Definitely not risky at all. And Chris and Nori, your question, because well done, Hannah, for managing to milk that.
That's what I'm here for.
Yep.
I am struggling with a question.
Oh, you could field it out every day, right? Like everybody else could be like, what would Nori ask, right? And keep in mind, this is more about like Chris asking me rather than Nori, right? Because obviously Nori has limited information compared to you. And you can ask about any aspect of the game that has possibly developed in 3 months. I mean, I've got a suggestion if you want it.
Yeah, you're going to have to, because I'm either going to say to you, I've sat in a pub for 3 months trying to...
No, but you probably have visited a lot of pubs all over Dink, trying to, with Lockhart's help, trying to track down information about your dad.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Do I have enough time in the 3 months to bridge over Whitewater?
As I said, between you and Lockhart, right? Lockhart seems weirdly dedicated to this cause for you, by the way, which I don't know if that makes Nori feel good about their dynamic or skeptical.
Worried?
Yeah, but like Lockhart's all on board with this. Like, but it might also just be a reaction of Lockhart can't stop a moon falling from the sky. So Lockhart can maybe help somebody close to him solve a family mystery, right? Like it could.
But you could help us forget the 5 minutes that it fell.
Yeah. Exactly. But that's very much cleaning up the problem, not stopping the problem. So it can still help with that.
I think that's what Nori's problem is. All these great magicians and things like that. I am nothing more than a thief and an assassin. Point me in the direction to go and kill somebody, to find somebody. I'm your man. But this,
and I think that's like as well. Like that's why I think having that 3 month like exploration of Nori isn't going to be the first person called up in a big, like magic minds, try and solve think tank style problem. Like you do have the scope to like go off and do stuff, and Lockhart probably should have been involved in more political conversations and didn't turn up at those meetings because he hasn't done half the things he should have done. Like sorting out the head of the army of Dink and all that. So you and Lockhart have definitely had quite an adventure in 3 months' time, on and off, trying to follow leads and piece together stuff, and looping in with KT as well. KT seems very much like they need a distraction. They are not joyful like they normally are. They're not flippant. They're not like, very casual and laissez-faire about life. They seem like they need something to do to take their mind off everything.
He's just lost his companion for however many.
Exactly, right?
Found out he's the king.
So, a lot of revelations. So, and it's hard to say how much KT knew about Serethane, right? They spent a long time together. So, yeah, it's definitely interesting. But that's the lay of the land, as it were. I guess I'll open it up to the group. Is there anything else you think as a group is worth knowing about the last 3 months?
From Nori's perspective.
Obviously, I don't want to just say, "Oh, you've resolved the entire Heartpiercer thing off camera." Thank God,
Yeah.
I'm definitely that's definitely a focal point I would like to cover during this finale, because I think it might be important for some closure. But yeah.
So yeah, that would be my. That was the 3 things I had in my mind. Was, can I try and get the amulet fixed? 2.
We can definitely assume the amulet has been fixed in this 3-month period, right? Enough time has passed, the amulet is fixed. Likewise with any artifact they'd run out of charge, clearly they're fine now in 3 months' time. Okay. The other thing I will say is the thing that might have really sparked Nori and Lockhart's participation in this would have been the introduction of Lucian.
Yes.
And every piece of evidence you can find, which isn't much, rules out Lucian. But that just is due to a lack of information, not a piece of information saying they are innocent of any possible suspicion. It's that there's nothing tying them to anything that would make them suspicious. And when you chat to them, they seem lovely, and they don't seem like a weird, cackling, murderous tunnel dweller. So
they're lovely.
So yes, there's definitely enough that you wouldn't feel confident making that bet that it was Lucian, even though your list of Goldleaf elves you've met is incredibly small. But that is by design. The Goldleafs don't really want to be known as people.
So then, yes, that's my answer. Then I have travelled to Bridge over Whitewater, trying to find out as much as I can about Dad and what deal he may have struck, if anybody knows any of it.
And maybe a bit more detail. Obviously, I'd like to have delved into this a bit more with you and Lockhart, but when you get eventually the records in Cascade City dry up and you head towards Bridge over Whitewater, you'll learn your dad isn't originally from there, and obviously neither is your mother. They settled there because it seemed to be like a slightly less prejudicious place against mixed race couples, effectively. And yeah, your mum being elven, your dad being human or fae or Barlen or something. Right?
Yeah.
Questionable. Your dad doesn't you've went around Denk to find answers, and you're learning that your dad might not have been from Denk, which is
I suspected that already. So
yes, but you're actually finding out anywhere that it seemed like he came from, he hadn't spent long there either. So. And at some point on this weird journey over Denk, he's picked up your mother's company. And then they've travelled together. They've visited various places. And then they've settled down in Bridge over Whitewater. But yes, doesn't seem like he's ever went to the other continent either. Your mother has. He hasn't. But your mother used to be involved with a lot of more proactive elven activities across the seas that don't happen as much anymore.
Well, that's where some of my skills come from.
But yes, definitely seems like that's where you maybe your mother was a lot more clandestine than she let on. But yeah, definitely seems like Dad seemed to be more northern than he let on. And
are we under the impression that my mother was killed then as a result?
It seems more like yes. It seems like your mother was a collateral kill rather than a targeted kill. But again, you're still trying to piece the bigger picture together. You still don't know if your dad was even a Berlin, because arguably that would make you half Helborn, and there's some superpower in there somewhere, right? Arguably.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe it's
going to break through in one arc.
I mean, maybe it would. Maybe you just, I don't know. You see the color blue as red. That was the deal they made, and first it was to correct a color blindness problem with your dad, but like it never passed on to you. You know, we don't know, right? We don't know.
I wanted to be taller than 5'5".
Yeah, like I mean, these things happen. But yes, any hive mind group thoughts about things that may have developed in the last 3 months? So obviously, I don't know if I should cover everything in my notes, so it makes sense I open it out to you guys.
You kind of blue-balled me. Have I affected Aluben at all in the last 3 months?
Well, yeah, no, I'm happy to go back to that if you want to. So yes, after your week of unconsciousness and then your day of, you get to have a day with some jello in a cup, and then the next day is 20 people lined up outside your door waiting to ask you like a million questions and potentially charge you with a crime. You find it's incredibly exhausting, and the Whitehall priestess gets rid of everyone after like 2 hours. So everybody basically bombarded you with questions for 2 hours about everything you can imagine. Nothing about this cascade of magic problem nonsense. Everything was about, can we have the Aberdeck equation out of your brain, please? And can you consent to invasive procedures? And as far as the Whitehall are concerned, they want you quarantined. The Arcanatrix have claimed jurisdiction over you so that they can't quarantine you. Because that would mean potentially mentally nullifying you. Not a million miles away from a similar suspended animation prison that Chiral experienced. But basically they don't want your brain to develop in that time period while they work out what to do with you. The Arcanatrix went, absolutely not. This thing we need to see what it can do. And not in a, oh god, this is a really cool thing, more of a case of, we need to know what it can do so we can learn how to stop it. So that was your first day of questioning. Again, 2 hours was permitted, and again, the priestess was like, no. Like, you might have jurisdiction over this dude, but I'm in charge of his well-being, and this isn't going to help him. So everyone leave. They also are very aware of the efforts you guys went to make sure Noya got back. So they're quite willing to be this stubborn about your well-being, because they're like, well, they did something they didn't need to do for us, and we actually really appreciate the fact that you let them intern Noya's body properly. So the Whitehall, respect where respect's due, right? And they're not exactly kidnapping you and then nullifying your brain, right? So that's nice of them. And ultimately they're only doing it because they think it'll help. So, that would be why they'd pitch that suggestion. Another week passes. You've been kept in observation for that week. You can have chats with any Arcanatrix personnel only. And then... Can I
visit?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yay. You could have visited them. I will come back to that scene though. After that week, so we have 2 weeks of you being, I guess first week unconscious, second week conscious, but isolated to a degree with Arcanatrix personnel. The that's we'll just call it a 2 week period, I guess, where it's just been Arcanatrix people that have came and gone. The party have obviously asked to loop in because, what difference does it make? And even Gamble was like, it wouldn't be a problem, but it would look bad if I did it, because then I wouldn't be able to keep the Whitehall out as well if I just let anyone in. So, sorry. He's also in a bit of limbo. Gamble is no longer the Grand Master, because obviously Viestra is the Grand Master. So he is in this weird limbo position of, I have tenure but no classes? Like, yeah. So he is basically...
It's a good position to be in.
Well, it means he's free to actually go deal with this problem. He's allowed to head up the Nimaj Neb problem, the Cascade problem, while Viestra actually makes sure the Arcanatrix still functions and creates people with the capacity to try and help solve the problem. You know, she's still working on creating actual like wizards from people with raw magical potential, while trying to shore up the warlocks and making sure they're ready for a potential magical fight with another continent. So it's a lot of things being pulled in different directions. Week 4, you're allowed to leave. And yeah, what do you do first?
This depends. Have I been able to detect Aluben at all yet?
No. Nor the Aberdac equation. And no one else... Well, let me ask you this. Did you let anyone from the Arcanatrix do any probing in your mind? Either shallow or deep. At any point in that 3-week period of observation?
Probably not. I doubt I can tell whether the Aberdac kid is there or not, because I feel like during the kind of last arc at the end there, I don't remember ever like saying that it felt like there was a weight in Falkwin's head. It just seemed like sometimes the Aberdac kid was there, sometimes it wasn't.
Seemed like it
was
stepped
kind of hiding
in
the shadows.
Yeah, it stepped in during situations that seemed like you were being a bit reckless, maybe.
Yeah. So, as far as I can tell, not being able to detect the Aberdac kid might just mean it's
and not being in danger,
in a dark corner somewhere. Yeah. But yeah, to kind of protect both me and the others, I would probably not be keen on consenting to a situation where the Aberdac kid might suddenly feel threatened again.
Yep. There's been, obviously for you, there is no sense of presence from the Aberdac equation, right? Like you said, it doesn't be like, hey, I'm here, or, you know, so much RAM is already buffering away. There's no sense of that ever. But it doesn't, like, I don't know if you try and reach out to it in any way either, like mentally try and connect with it, work out what the fuck it was doing. But regardless of what you do or don't do, that's quiet. There's nothing on that front. But likewise, there's nothing on the Aluben front. Next question. Did you try and remove the bracer at any point during those 3 weeks when you couldn't contact Helborn?
Yeah, I probably, on hearing others say that they couldn't remove it, I would probably have been like, oh yeah, like maybe internally, I would probably have been like, oh yeah, okay, that's nice, she's being protective.
Also, just like magical items and their like users tend to like connect in deeper ways than our, you know, physical, right? So like, you know, it's not unheard of.
So yeah, so I would probably try to remove the bracer just to kind of show them, like, look, it's fine when I do it.
Yeah, when you try.
But
when you try to do that, yeah. In the timeline we see initially, the bracer falls off your wrist and like shatters and turns to dust. At the same time, you like snap as if that was a daydream. And as you're reaching to your hand, your arm, like your wrist where it is, there's no like end to where your skin and the metal meet.
Ooh.
So that bracer is your arm.
Did this feel like Fey bullshit?
No. What does Fey bullshit feel like?
That's a good question.
Because you wouldn't have really experienced the other weird daydream. It felt very much like a daydream.
Okay. I'm interpreting that in my own way.
You can do it any way you wish.
That smells Fey.
But yes, for some reason this seems fused with your like arm, now, and not like a angry, aggressive looking like, oh god, this has like burnt itself onto me. More just a, this seems part of you now.
Borg.
Very much so. Like, can't, like, there's no edges to peel it off. Like, can't get like the crowbar in. But yes, but after that period of time, they're like, oh, there's not really much else we can do except just keep you here, and nothing's happening, and we need the staff elsewhere. So, yeah, you're effectively released under your own recognizance to the world, for better or worse. I think, though, conversations you have with all the obviously important people like Sierra, etc., she explains they won't just let you go without surveillance. So don't be, like, if you think someone's watching you, they will be. Like, she's very much fully conspiracy theory on this now. And, like, she's very much like, can you be my next thesis? Like, but she's never asked that, but you know she's desperate to.
Yeah, she's like, can I write my habilitation on you?
She's also a master wizard now.
That's good.
She got her promotion. She said it was very typical of you to have slept through it. When you're leaving, and she's like obviously having this, you know, playful half sandwich out of her mouth conversation with you, she says, "Oh yeah, silly me," goes into like her bag, pulls out like a rolled up scroll and hands it to you. It's like, also like, you're like a wizard now.
Yeah.
Very like, oh yeah, that's a thing. She's like, oh yeah, like you graduated, you're just asleep.
Are you going to join the Warlocks?
Yeah.
Well, would I be allowed to right now? There might be some issues to be dealt with before.
I think if you told the head of the Warlocks, I cannot remember for the life of me her name at this point in time. She's written in an NPC list somewhere. The half-orc lady. But like, I think if you told her that, Kilda. I think if you explained to her that you can Kamehameha with divine fucking energy, she might be like, yeah, and you come. She just might not want to hear that you can only do it once and then take a week to recharge or whatever. Like, but yeah, there's definitely ways.
I feel a little bit now.
Yeah,
do that. Right?
She doesn't know that though, right? And technically, one of the times where you Kamehameha had something, it technically didn't happen because she's undid with Fey powers that fight with the what do you call it, the Falkwin.
And we were never there.
Yeah, you definitely were never there to be guilty of things. Like the weird voice in Lockhart's head saying, one of mine. Yeah. And you have never found out which devil is helping the refugees.
You're about to give something away there.
No, I just had to remember the word refugees, which I didn't. Like, Calderan is what I was going to say. It's the refugees. So yeah, I need to remember things to give it away, Chris, and this has been a struggle for me so far. Okay, I think we're all doing fucking God's work, quite frankly. So yeah, I mean, my list of things that I thought you would ask about, pretty covered, quite frankly. Lockhart's meant to be the ambassador to Denk, by the way. That's like his new job he's got, right? He's been absent. Like, his assistant has been put in charge of all of this. The assistant that I know that Alexander definitely hasn't statted up yet from like several levels up ago. Possibly Arc 3 that he's meant to have had this assistant on his build. But they've been put...
I think it was also at one point supposed to appoint Verme's new bodyguard.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
I was going to say that. Can the assistant also be the Queen's Guard?
No, sadly not.
I would suggest that the assistant is the one that was in prison for the short time while he tried to get away.
Well, whoever Alexander designs, it might be, I feel like it's going to be a new person, a new kind of dog's body that he invents. But whoever it is, that's who he's essentially said, you're the temporary ambassador. I'm going to go travel all these pubs with my friend, Nori. And we're going to go solve a murder. Many, many murders. And it's not an excuse to not be doing my job and get drunk. It's just good for the queendom. Yes, bye. So, Lockhart hasn't really done what he's meant to be doing. But we'll find out more from Alexander when he joins us.
I'm trying to imagine a night out Alexander.
I mean, I feel like Nori would like, you can make people forget stuff, right? So like, can we go play cards with people?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because like,
Yeah.
Lockhart's morals are so wild. Like rigid and so fluid. He's like, that like cornflower paste that you make where if you punch it it cracks, but if you like let it can drip.
Oobleck.
Like, yeah, that is like, I feel like that's Lockhart's morals.
Non-Newtonian fluid.
Exactly. So yes, obviously I had things about following up with KT and the family and the Heart Piercer with yourself. I had Eliben, Aberdac, Philip, Sarah. The other thing I wrote down, which I may as well just say now because I don't know where I was going with it, but I may as well add it in now, is Falkwin, you have been appointed as an advisor to energy distribution for the Project Clear Sky.
Fun.
So that probably happened maybe in the second or third month of that time jump. But yeah, probably when you haven't just exploded as a problem, over the next month or so after your recovery. So you've been asked to like deal with that, but we'll come back to that. Obviously, Ignysera, your uncle obviously had a lot to say about everything. And he decided that maybe the span has to take a more active role in, well, everything, quite frankly, that's going on, because they're quite reserved, the Draconics. Like, incredibly friendly and welcoming if you're on their turf. But that's really it. Like, they're not isolationist, they're just comfy as is, and a bit similar to the way like some of the elves are. That the Bronze-Sparks are super friendly with everyone, but like the Silverthorns don't really need or want seemingly to mingle with other people. They're happy to work with everybody on a pragmatic level, but same with the Draconics. But like the Draconics need like someone to speak their passion project language with them for them to really like want to get involved with other people. And like I think that's kind of embodied in people like Quilburn, where it's like Quilburn's like he'll do what he needs to do as a duty, right? Very duty bound. But he's like, I want to go and play with all the magic toys and the Arcana tricks. That's his dream. Whereas he's now saddled with this other job. But yeah, for yourself, like, is there any like trepidation about going back? Not so much home, because I think you're from Libratis, and your family's quite well to do in Libratis. And the is the map even on the screen? On Roll20.
I had a thought just now that I will end in my head and come back to in a second.
No worries. So I've moved this over. Did I put? Yeah, so there it is there. See just under the span. I don't know if you can see the actual name that I put there. It's very small. There's Eco Archiva. And it's like basically in the middle. So you kind of go through like the gateway city into the span, quite a number of weeks travel until you hit Eco Archiva. And that's where this project has been. Project Clear Sky. Excuse me.
Should I have been there before?
Oh, definitely, or not. You tell me. You've never heard of Project Clear Sky before, though.
Yeah,
but
probably would have been there, like at least passing through on the way.
If you were doing any kind of like major studying of any kind, like Libratis is quite. All the money lives in Libratis. It's quite the tourist city, but also the elitist city. If you wanted to go study, you'd go to Eco, right? That's where like all the learning is. That's where again it's effectively a giant archive of the span's knowledge. It's incredibly well defended. And generally you have a reason for being there. It's not really like you wouldn't just pass through it. Like the road from the gateway city, which doesn't have a I mean, yeah, I guess so.
It's the Cambridge to Libratis' London.
Exactly. That's a really good way of putting it. If MD knows those cities well from like UK based. Now that we've got many foreign listeners, I imagine. But like you would go the roads from Gateway all the way. It's not called Gateway. I'm just using that as a placeholder. Whatever that first city is called. Go straight to Libratis. They don't specifically go from Libratis to Eco and then to Libratis. You would specifically choose to take the road to Eco. And again, people don't many scholars will travel there from other places, and they are welcomed, but you kind of need to go with a project.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, oh, I'm studying the effects of, I don't know, like, I guess, human souls fused with crystalline structures. And then you'll be like, all right, cool, yeah, we've got people excited about that, and they'll sign you in. So that's kind of how that city works. But again, if you're Draconic, you can probably just get in. But if you're outsiders, maybe it's you're getting signed in by a Draconic. Because then there's a line of responsibility that can be drawn. Like, custody. But yes, and that's where you are escorting Lord Lucian. Were there any other questions from the group at this point?
Yes. Since we're heading in the vague direction of the Span and Libratus, I recall when TTOT was asking us to share secrets. Falkwin's secret that he shared was that his family are financing organized crime in Libratus.
Yep.
The group obviously know this. Is this something that has maybe been discussed with our gold leaf companion? And
well, you tell me, right? It's obviously a long trip.
Yeah.
It's a long trip. Would you have brought this up? Would it have been something you would openly like?
No,
how trusting of Lucian do you think Falkwin would be? I mean, you've been assigned.
Not very.
So here's the other thing as well. He requested you as the energy lead.
Okay.
Yeah. And he has been put in charge of the project by Quilburn. Chris, did you have a question?
I have two.
Okay. Pick your favourite one.
Ooh.
No, you can ask two, but obviously.
Right, okay, the first one is my journey about. Would we have gone anywhere near?
Say that again, because you're cutting out every time I think you're saying the keyword.
In our wanderings, would we have journeyed anywhere near
the Goldleaf
would we have been
Forest?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You are passing the Goldleaf Forest on this trip.
Fair enough.
And you can stop the convoy if you wish to jump out and take a weak detour into it if you wish.
Or we need a tree to get Alabama.
You also have a Goldleaf elf with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So either that's like a big no-no, or they could consent on behalf of giving you a tree.
Yes. And the second one is one that's not for me to ask.
Okay.
But it's more for Falkwin to ask.
Okay.
The concerns about the pistol. Would the Aberdac Abbey be able to help with charging that?
I mean, arguably that would be self-perpetuating magic.
Yep.
That sounds within scope.
Falkwin, something important for you. Month 3 starts. You wake up in the middle of the night. There's a presence at the end of the bed. There is through the.
Does it feel familiar?
The cold sweat of the violent waking up to there's somebody in this room with you and you're not sure if you're safe vibe of and then you hear, sorry, did I wake you?
Oh, she's back. You've kept your distance.
I have my reasons. I was busy.
Care to share?
Are we alone?
I don't even know anymore. I haven't felt it, but for all I know, it's
the reason you
skulking.
haven't felt it is because I have been holding it from you. She seems very laboured when she says that. However, this last week, I have lost track of her.
Oh. I don't think I can feel it right now. Can I feel it right now?
No. But that's not unusual though, right? Like, just the fact that you can feel the connection with Aluben again is great.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like completely pitch black room. Just her voice coming out, and you can tell that she's there physically as well. Just from that kind of sixth sense vibe that you get from her. I'm sorry that I had to leave you for so long, but I had to ensure that I could protect you from her, and I thought I was able to.
But she slipped away.
And there's like a pause that you can feel her emotions in that pause of, she's annoyed you even said that. But it's more about like, how dare you question me after I've just spent weeks fucking mentally battling this thing. But also, it's shame this is coming from, right? Like, this is like I couldn't hold on to her. And that's like, that really irritates her. And Aluben doesn't get irritated about many things. This has irritated her. And you can maybe you can feel like she feels threatened.
Yeah.
Territorial.
Well. Well, thank you for going to bat for me. You're always playing in my corner.
We have only ourselves to trust, Falkwin.
It feels like that more and more and more. Yeah, that. Falkwin's kind of lost for words.
I think they'll keep in mind that you and her share a connection, that there's a lot that would be conveyed without you needing to articulate it, right? If there was emotions and feelings and gratitude or sorrow or whatever, you can just know that she would be able to know it.
Yeah. Falkwin's not comfortable with the situation. Adept kid, it feels like a threat. It's the kind of thing that Sean, wonder if we should try and speak to Van El about at some point, or maybe tried to during those 3 months, because obviously Brananel was the one who put the Adept kid in me. This is some Iron Root magic, and I'm sure the Arcana Brananel wrote down the Adept equation in Iron Root script. Van El surely can help them with this on his part. The
only problem with that avenue is that Van El is never free, right? It doesn't mean to say that you can't pin him down at some point, but it would be stopping him working on something else.
Yeah.
You're welcome to do that, because you'd have the scope to, and you'd have enough oomph personality-wise and clout-wise, right? You'd have the reputation to have a conversation with him. It's up to you if you want to. And I mean, I think Abby is valid, right, to discuss. But also, is it something he can deal with? And I don't mean that magically, I mean emotionally.
Yeah. In a sense, Abby is kind of the last piece of Brananel that exists on this plane.
Yeah. So, you can tell me if that's something you want to do, right? Because I think that's probably a group conversation with Van El that you might want to have. It probably is nearer the end of that 3-month bubble than it is near the start, quite frankly. I think people are incredibly shocked at how quick Van El is moving the world's resources. And how weird it is that everyone's just like, oh my god, there's an Iron Root, thank god. It's not oh god, the Iron Root are here, the phase are a problem again. It's this is great. They were great at doing everything. Right? There's very much all the people that were quite happy to be complacent and lazy, their dreams come true. Yeah. Because now someone can build Abradak-infused architecture again, assuming Vanilla even knew how to do that.
Yeah. Because that would be the other one of we don't know.
Yeah.
He could have just he's been a big knight in shining armor.
Yep.
The last 900 years, he didn't choose to go.
And so few people knew of him.
Yeah,
like he existed for so long, and people were like, "That's just that guy that hangs out with KT."
KT.
Yeah.
It's his bodyguard, no more, no less.
Yeah.
I mean, it's KT has obviously spent a lot of time by Cirithane's side, and now that it's King Vanel Ironroot,
and he's only a count.
And he's only, I mean, he's working on Emperor of the World, remember? But like, he very much has been by
from mayor to count.
Yeah, and like he's doing his best to be like by Vanel's side, but there's nothing to get through to, right? Because Vanel's like, I need to be doing everything. I need to be doing everything. There are so many problems, and I've now inherited the responsibility, and I've hid for 900 years.
Oh, God,
right? All that like guilt, 100%, right? Like, why couldn't they have just tried harder, looked more, right? Checked the tower more often, like all of these things. But no, obviously he's been a bit distracted by a lot of things happening in the world recently. So KT's like, I'm gonna come with Lockhart, you know, my second husband, and hang out with you and like Nori and Lockhart, and basically just be like, let's all just go on a little lads trip together.
Now that sounds more like a fun weekend.
Would throw in, if any communication came by the light scale rings from Nori and Lockhart, Myr'ra would have definitely then tried to reach out to Grandma. If any names, if there were any aliases, if Nori's dad had any he went by this, she'll have been like funneling them to.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of the like half names and like etymology of names, where someone's like, oh, clearly I went by Brian there, so I'll go by Ryan here, right?
Yeah.
Like, she's been like, well, we've got records of like 7 of those people, but like,
and so trying to
the record, so, but also she's busy running Sin.
Because all the devils busy.
All the devils are busy trying to stop the world blowing up. So
that's the other thing. Yeah. But if Myr'ra feels that, she's probably going to go, I might go and help Grandma for a bit. Like, I know Mom doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, like, I think that'd be great use of your time during that like period of time where she's like, you've been requested by Quillburn that a certain day comes up, and she's like, you actually like need to go deal with shit. Like, you know, I've taught you what I can.
Got, like, 7 pencils in her hair, and she's like, but what are we going to do about this?
Tavistock's like stocking up the pastries on her desk constantly. You know, something else that none of you have asked about that I think is incredibly insulting. Chiral.
Oh, I did think about that, but I also didn't want
I'll get to that in a second. Vermi has obviously working with Forno Stolt and has requested Loudon to ask Samda to come out of retirement to actually do her job, and Samda's went, no, you can ask my son, and if he says yes, then yes. And Jack said, go fuck yourself, Your Majesty.
well done, Jack.
Yes.
Bravo.
Yes.
You let her die once, I'm not giving you back to you.
100%, absolutely not taking my mum from me.
No.
Yep. And she's like, he spoke also language. But like, so no, Samda's not coming out of retirement. Samda's enjoying her family time, well earned as it is. So Forno Stolt, much to his dismay, is now both half-ass running a prison and also running the Queen's Guard. But he is very much said he's the acting Queen's Guard. He refuses to be put on anything official. Because even if
a friend there, we now made an enemy.
Oh, he absolutely despises Lockhart because he's like, who's meant to be finding this? Lockhart? That pencil pushing asshole. So yes, very much a case of that's still in flux. But Vermi doesn't and has never cared about that. Vermi has mostly been setting up Queen's Rise as a proper fortification in case anything does happen. She's welcomed the elves there too, if anything does happen, because the elves are on the coast. So if there is a war that comes across, she's like, we're setting up Queen's Rise as a fortress. Like, it's half a fortress already. It's we've spent weeks making it a city. it's big enough for thousands of people. Like, we can defend there. And there's also a bit of spookiness about being a giant silver mine. So, like,
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, people might leave us alone.
Yeah. So maybe that helps deal with the Solar Emperor in some kind of way. Maybe it makes the cats a bit spooky if they were to attack or whatever, right? But nobody knows what the cats are doing. Because there's nothing news-wise. Other than the spies that have reported back to the Grand Council have said they're just being them. There's no change in, like, the vibe of the city, or the country, I should say. Like, the seat of the sun's effectively a country-sized city. Like, there's no change in anything. Nothing's weird. It's just the way it has always been.
But has the Sun Emperor or Moon Princess, is it, been
So, Sun and Moon, Empress Moon, Emperor Sun, doing what they're meant to do, turning up at all the, like, public addresses they make, which seem to be daily, funnily enough. She leads the lunar priestesses. He leads the day. Nothing's changed in the Empire.
Could have been because they've been ramping up to this for ages, so it's business as normal.
Or just that their spies are better at working in secret, right? Like, if there's anything happening at all, quite frankly, no word from Sloth, either. Yep. So that kind of makes it something that he's still there.
Still where? Still on the boat or still?
Still all there. But yes, so that's kind of like the lay of the land there. Obviously, Vermi has mobilized what she can of Dink to try and be like, we've got magic people, we've got military people, we've got relationships with our bordering countries. What can we do? Very similar to like what Margot's doing as well with the dwarves. They've been asked for a lot of resources for Project Clear Sky, and purely on Quillburn's smile has Margot okayed any of it, because he's told her nothing for the sake of secrecy, and he said you'd do the same. And she was like, well, yeah, okay. So, purely based on them being quite chummy, has she allowed any resources from the Dwarven, from the Short Mountains, to go to the Span for this very super secret project in this very suspicious time? She's not so keen on Lucian, as you can imagine. She basically said it's just Modesta Lara in some pants. So she doesn't really care for Lucian at all. It's like, if his words weren't so silver, they might even be gold, But that's mostly just because she doesn't like super polite people or politicians. So, yeah, which is a vibe. Anyway, Kyril.
Between polite and politician.
Kyril.
I'm assuming in 3 months you would have spoke to Kyril as a group, maybe? Yeah? At some point? Yeah. What did you chat to Kyril about?
Can you turn back
if he was okay. Is he okay with the fact that Queen is on the moon? Is he okay with... I tell him that, 100%.
You just tell him everything, yeah.
Yeah, I fall in teenage girl 2 diary. Definitely at some point just go into the woods and scream for Kyril with everybody who would also like to be there.
So
and just tell him.
You just have a big conversation. Maybe you invite everybody over to your house, Myr'ra.
Yeah.
You've got do you tell people about the shards of the mirror in your wardrobe, or you keep that secret?
I probably keep that secret.
Okay, so that's
until I'm more confident. I'm nearly there.
Yeah. So you think you've collected all the pieces by this point, right?
Yep.
You've done what you can to get as much ambassadorial access to that office, that per person's office, and you've forensic sweeped it for as much as you can. Anything that doesn't tell you the level it is, you're like, I'll take that.
Yeah, great.
And then you get everybody around to yours at some point, and then you have the conversation of, what do we tell Kyril? What do we talk about? Should we blah blah blah? Should we tell him about the Fae Queen on the moon? Blah blah blah. Who agrees and who disagrees? What's that conversation? What's the gist of that conversation, gang? Because Myr'ra's just are we telling Kyril about the fact that there is another Fae? one that has agreed to stay away as part
And
of
did
the
we
deal.
tell him about us?
Mm.
Or half of me and
Yeah.
some of everybody else?
Some of everybody.
Confused.
Do we tell Kyril the human of the Fae?
Oh, does he not know that? Oh.
Nobody
I
knows.
don't think anyone. I think currently we know that.
Yeah.
Is my working theory. I don't even think Van El knows that necessarily. I think it's us.
I'll very much surprise. Brandon L made it very clear he was the only person that still had that memory, and the only reason was because the power of the Fae did not match the amount of souls he was holding.
Yep. So I think that's us. I think
But
we
that deal was still
we
trying to
carry on.
resolve itself, which meant he's like, I can't burn through this power. These are my people. I need to tell somebody else. I trust this random bird lady. Good vibes from the random bird lady. She made me tea. And now it's her problem. And he forgot.
Yeah. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
Just us.
Mm-hmm.
There's always the danger of destabilizing things when the Fae are concerned.
I do agree.
Humans generally have a very destabilizing influence anyway, I suppose.
Mm.
Yeah, I think we're probably better than the Fae. Just a little.
That's
we're
Fae
less
plus.
capable of just changing things at a fundamental level. I'm not saying we don't fuck you up, but I'm saying that we do it in a slightly less world-bending way.
Kyril's response to knowing
I know.
the Fae.
I want to give him a friend. What if the Fae Queen's horrible?
Oh, well, that's what I was going to say. Ultimately, we don't know who locked him away for bringing silver.
Yeah.
He is like a war criminal.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. So
it
may not be his response, and maybe
choice.
the Queen's response to knowing that he's here that might cause a bigger problem.
But if you feel like she probably already knows. If she could just know that, she probably already does. So are we forewarning him that she's possibly waking up / has woken up?
I think we tell Kyril because I think generally doing right by someone is probably the right thing to do, and I think Kyril is someone that we're close enough with that we should do right by him and be upfront about something that concerns his people and him personally.
Again, just playing the part and the Fae, I don't tend to agree with that statement at all. I really wouldn't want much to do with him. We associate, and I associate more through you guys than accepting the Fae. We've fought these for years, and that instinct wouldn't just go away because he's okay. I think that would be an ingrained thing. But I'm not going to argue against what you're saying. I'll just kind of be my neutral self on it.
On guard, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, again, Myr'ra's coming from there. We didn't tell more people about Bran and Elle. And in some ways, she feels that blew up in our faces. I think if we have people we think we can trust, she does for Kyril, and we have information that's pertinent to them and their lives, she wants to share it.
I mean, you've already had one agreement that's not came back in your face yet. So, I mean, why wouldn't you trust him?
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah. And he's great. What do you mean? We love him. He
looks like a friend.
He baby.
Precious baby Kyril. So it feels like the overall vibe is we're probably having a conversation with Kyril. We're probably going to invite him over. We need to go to him somewhere.
Yeah, he can't come into the city.
Nope. So yes, use arrange to meet Kyril. Does Nori go or not? I guess is a good question.
Would.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, he's too nosy not to. He may not trust what he's walking into, but he's too damn nosy.
So when you get to the pre-arranged meeting, it's like the person waiting isn't familiar.
It looks different.
Yes. They still react the same way Chiral would when greeting you. There's obviously, they're very fond of guys. They seem gold leaf in nature. They have very blonde hair now. And they have that very autumny vibe to their outfit. They're no longer in black with the black hair.
Oh, I've got a theory about this.
You can share your theory with the group if you like.
I don't know.
I'll be here with my poker face.
Yeah. Does he just appear as whoever the most powerful being is?
Interesting idea.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, then.
Oh.
I'm interested that it wouldn't be Vanel or Modestellada.
Yeah.
Well, he only kind of looked like Branadel, right?
Yeah, it wasn't like an exact. It was like he looked like an iron. And we'd only met Branadel, so we were like, he looks like.
He did definitely resemble Branadel enough that you'd be like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
So I remember saying that it was odd, because I think you was asked about pictures of Branadel at some point, and I said, from the pictures you can see, Chiral looks like Branadel. But yes, the
family resemblance to Modestellada.
I mean, gold leaf elves use no. Modestellara.
Yeah.
And now,
Lord.
probably after this point, you would have met Lucian.
Yeah, we've met.
So, Does and Alabin. Alabin, though, is that Alabin's actual form? I think she confirmed this is what she used to look like, considering she hid that with wind magic. Remember? So you know what 3 gold leafs look like. But technically, at this point, you know what 2 look like. Because I'm assuming he's had the meeting with Chiral very early on, not by the time Lucian was appointed. But yes, I mean, you wouldn't mistake Chiral for Modestellara, but you definitely didn't think Chiral looked a lot like the Gold Leaf Elves before. And now they look exactly like a Gold Leaf Elf. They still seem fairly male. But they've always been quite androgynous, though.
What'd we ask? Because he's always... I don't know if we've discussed that he's different. He's always our height.
Yeah.
So is that something we've shared with each other? Would we think to say?
Well, I think considering that he now looks very visibly different than he did before, I think this is a good justification of do you have that in private or talk about that with him openly? And do you then all talk about the fact that you all have different heights for him? And you can just decide what you would do, right? What feels right? Would that be something that matters? Or would it be by the way, the Fake Queen might obliterate you?
I think Falkwin is probably the one who's blunt enough to just ask.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
I'm not sure if he would be like, "Hi, excuse me, we were looking to meet someone about here with sort of black hair." I don't think he's that.
You definitely get an Alu Ben vibed. What's that about? Oh, that's interesting vibe from this. Why does he look different? That's interesting. She has no further info.
Yeah,
but that's definitely you get that feeling from her. Even if it's not words she says to you specifically, you definitely get the ha from her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I think Falkwin would sort of first seeing him being like, "Oh, you look different."
Do I?
Yes. Before you looked more Iron Root, and now you look more Gold Leaf.
He kind of looks themselves over, and then kind of looks back at you and kind of cocks their head and is like, I'm not really sure how to respond to that. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? You seem off-put by this. And he looks at everyone.
Just different.
Is different
we
bad?
Choose? Not
You
necessarily.
don't look bad.
Yeah.
It's just unusual.
I
People
think-
don't usually change their appearances so dramatically.
Hello. Sorry.
It's like, well, maybe hides disguise kit. I can look different if you wish me to. Like, they don't seem to know how to react to that, right?
Mhm.
And then, like, they turn to you, sorry, and they say, I have never thought about it. I'm just who I am.
Well, then stay who you are.
They smile, but you know that way, they're smiling, but they don't know why.
Yeah.
Like when someone laughs at a joke, but they're laughing because they know they should be laughing. They didn't get the joke.
Mhm.
Like that's very much the smile of politeness they've given you, which is, yeah, okay. Like they're trying to turn it over because keep in mind, individuality is new.
Yeah.
For Chiral. So I think we're going, you don't look the way you're meant to look like. Yeah.
Take away. She's like, this is what you want to look like.
Yeah.
You look like that.
Mm-hmm.
You do you, babes.
Yeah. But they're very clearly
Yeah.
gold leaf now. And like their whole even like the way like the forest looks around them feels as if it's through the filter of a gold leaf, right?
Fascinating.
Like, it's just so different to how you used to meet them. They almost seemed colder when they looked like Brananel. But it's also just that maybe they know you better, right? Maybe they've literally warmed up to you guys. But the visual difference is quite striking, obviously. And yeah, Chiral doesn't really know how to help that conversation because they're like, oh, I've never picked my appearance. I've just been what I am at whatever I am when I am it, right? Like very vague Fae terms of we are what we were always, it's very odd. But yeah. So yeah, they can't really help, unfortunately, solve that bit of a mystery, but it's probably quite disconcerting for you guys meeting like a random gold leaf in the woods. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's clearly Chiral.
Current political climate.
Mm-hmm.
Gold leaves.
And
especially
remember,
if we've not met Lord Lucian yet.
Yes.
Like if the gold leaf thing is just the absence of Modesta Lara.
Obviously, I can give you the knowledge that you will eventually have, which is no, he doesn't look like Lucian. I mean, again, I don't want to say all gold leaves look the same because they definitely don't. But they all give off a similar vibe, which is that I have better places to be. And Lord Lucian can't, like, his politeness doesn't get rid of that, right? Like, it's not as bad as Modesta Lara's, but maybe it's a similar thing to Modesta Lara, whereas you've not spoke to him, so you don't know what he's like, because Modesta Lara was definitely a lot nicer than you thought she was, right, initially. With her, no, like, I just want things to be resolved, and I want stability to maintain, and blah, 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 right? Like...
Yeah, sure you do. Till you kick in.
So yes, is there anything else you want to tell Chiral other than his appearance is different?
Yes, I would like to tell him about the Falkwin. Everybody going once, going twice.
I think it's greenlit, yeah.
I think she'd definitely ask, like, what does he know about the current situation?
He goes, I know a lot of people are very worried about a lot of different things, and that's quite overwhelming.
Yeah.
Vernie asked me to be some kind of advisor, and I asked her what advice she would want, and she didn't know. And I didn't know how to respond to that, so we just looked at each other awkwardly for 5 minutes, and then she said she had to go to the kitchens. So I don't know what my job is, if any, now. So I'm just keeping busy.
Oh, fascinating sentence. Yeah, Myr'ra won't respond to that. But she'll go, okay. So Was the moon a city last time you were out and about in the world?
Oh. Kale looks up. And like you see like the kind of the dull, distant day moon or whatever time of day you decide to meet Kyril. Looks up and looks at it and goes, "That's a city."
Yeah, that was new to us as well.
I don't know if I knew that.
Okay.
I don't think so, because
it might be
I don't think I hit it. And he looks
when
up
you
again.
pulled Silver into the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I wouldn't have, because it was always and he gets a bit like as if this is the first time like a phase had to deal with Fae bullshit. Like, oh, I don't like that. He then puts like a hand on your shoulder, like a kind of comforting hand, but it almost feels like he's stabilizing himself.
Yeah,
and he says,
he's going, oh.
Since Suri Thane helped me recover, I've not quite been the same as I was before my injury. It's grounding, which is new. For example, when I helped you with your grandmother, I wouldn't have been able to do that again. Now I can, but that I found taxing. And he's like, as if he's coming to terms with limitation. Something Fae have never had.
Healed by something. I remember we'll probably like out loud think of like maybe being healed by something of this world has tied you to it more.
I think the nature of lunar blooms are quite fascinating, so I started a garden.
Amazing.
I don't have any seeds yet, but I have the soil.
That's definitely the first step.
So that's what I do when Verme's not talking to me.
Oh, we can get you some seeds.
And he kind of like smiles and goes, that would be nice. I don't know what to ask for, so anything that seems nice.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of just nods vaguely.
Yeah. As I say, Myr'ra's probably got some kind of seeds in the tea kit.
Yeah.
There's definitely some kind of seeds that make tea.
He like takes his hand back as if he's like that has helped him steady himself, and he looks back up at the distant moon, and he says, I could get us there.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
Should we have a look?
Not wait.
And sadly,
oh no!
We end this session having always stood on the moon.
Yes.
As long as we find Mr. Emblem, I don't care.
So, what would you like to call this session?
I'm so sorry. Hannah's moon obsession derails everything.
Can I make a suggestion of Moonfall? Because, footfall on the moon.
Yeah. Oh. Also.
Yes. 3 months later. Loved the reaction I got to that. But yes. Put in your suggestions to the chat if you have any. We will see what is what. I love Kyril.
Yeah.
And obviously, pop in your votes if your suggestions are in also.
From how? I'm just checking a spelling.
Catch-ups and Kyril. Rehashed. Obviously, if there are no more suggestions, pop in your votes, please.
I'm trying my very hardest to come up with an Apollo 11 pun.
I'll say, yeah.
I mean, there's always things like one small step, right?
That's a good one, actually. I can
Giant leap,
I can
fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
This.
Nice.
I mean, it doesn't help. But yeah, I think I'll just decide. There's two somewhere. What is getting retracted elsewhere, though?
I think one of us hadn't.
Oh, that's fine. Perfect. I just can't count 4 votes. Moonfall it is. Perfect. But yes, 3 months later was good. If I was left to pick, I would just have picked that. Moonfall is good. Catch-ups and Chiral. Rehash, one small step. Yep, perfect. So Moonfall is that particular one. We haven't spoke about goals for a perfectly obvious reason. I think we all know what we're dealing with. Alright. We don't need to add new goals to that. I think we can just solve them as we go, quite frankly. We have an entire goals section full of unresolved things to work our way through. But yes, I'm just going to give everyone an XP, straight up.
Oh, hey!
For the session, mostly because, dear God, that recap was flawless, right? Like, it was so difficult to not want to go into every single bit of, like, expounding detail for each, like, bullet point we're trying to get through. I was like, we spent so much time talking about Arc 3, and I'm like, Arc 4 is so much longer. How much more time was the recap? Because actually, we got through that really quickly. I forgot there were just big bullet points for that one. So yes, it was incredible. So yes, an XP for everybody for that. I'll put in 1 XP for all from session 1, Arc 5, just so that that's a thing that's in there that I remember. Yes. Wrap up chat time. Let's just go round the houses. Sean.
Oh, my head.
In more ways than one.
Oh, there's so much. There is so much to unpack. There's so much to pick through. I'm gonna need to focus for this.
Think how I felt having to write this fucking thing. It's like, oh God.
Oh, I mean, we're moving at lightning pace. It feels like already. It's like new character on the moon. Aberdac Kid is still there and still doing bullshit. Modesta Lara is off somewhere doing bullshit. We're contributing to what feels kind of like the Manhattan Project or something. I don't even know. Or like the anti-Manhattan Project, I guess. We're trying to stop the
Manhattan Sponge Project, yeah.
Yes. Like I don't think we were clear at any point on what Project Clear Sky is yet. Is that something to be learned in future?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And you get to Equo Arkiva.
Yeah. I mean,
you will learn.
it's fun. I'm very like. I love feeling how the story unfolds, and I love kind of getting to see other people's character interactions. Like I really enjoy Ignysera and Quilburn. I really enjoy Nori and his like personal mystery. I really enjoy Myr'ra's grandmother. But like I'm definitely a little bit biased. I'm definitely more personally invested in Falkwin's all the bullshit he's got going on. So I feel like I'm eating good.
Yeah, no, good. I'm glad. I'm glad you're not, because it's a lot to deal with that I've thrown at Falkwin, but really you did make a lot of these choices yourself. And I love that because you're leaning into it, and that's good.
I mean, I'm thinking back to whenever we caught up. Was this a year ago now? 2 years ago? 2 years. Wow. Whenever we caught up at your flat after having not seen each other for a few months, and you were kind of telling me about this game that was ongoing. I think Arc 3 or Arc 2 was either ongoing or just wrapped up. And we were kind of talking about the possibility of bringing me in for Arc 3. Like, the character ideas I was floating around then were much more shallow than Falkwin ended up being. And I'm glad we've kind of steered in this direction. It's been...
Yeah, but like that's because you've put like a lot, I mean, you've put a lot into Falkwin over, like, what, 2 years, right? Like, you know, you've been this person for 2 years. They're growing with you, like, and everybody else's like influences on him, his influences on them, how the world's reacting to Falkwin existing, and vice versa. Like, of course, that's what for me, that's the actual goal of an RP, is getting people invested in the world and then seeing what they do to it, because then that gives me new content to work with. You know, the Ouroboros feeds itself. It's good. It's really good. Yeah. I'm glad that you wanted to see out the story as well. Like, you could easily have been like, Arc 3 was me, really done.
Yep.
That's good.
Nope, I'm really excited to be back. Yeah,
good start. Excellent, thank you. Kalli.
Well, it was a very good long wrap up. So it was nice, like, hearing some things that, again, like, either I'd like just missed out on, or I'd heard like in past from the earlier sections. I'm very excited to see what this band's going to be like if we get that.
And your home country.
My own country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun. I think maybe Ignysera would just like, she would have only gone to Ecuador, the city.
Yeah, Ecuador, yep.
Like, if she had been there on like a particular like mission, like escorting a scholar or someone there, or something like that, from Libratus or something, maybe she would have been there, but doesn't really know the city. So I think that would be exciting to see, like, a city that she doesn't really know, but that's a dragon.
Yeah, it was important to me as well. Like, I wanted, from a story point of view, like, I really want to focus on the span specifically because you came in last arc and you played in immaculate catch up. You got yourself involved. We got some great excuses to have more of like you and Quilburn on screen as well, which I love. And I'm like, I've now got the excuse narratively to like go explore the span. So why the hell not? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So part of this content we've not really talked about much, to be honest. So yeah, I'm quite excited. Quite excited to see it as well. Should be good. Yes. Hannah?
It's so fun to be back. Yeah, I really enjoyed everyone's focus was. I thought that was really cool. After the 2+ hour, which I think is not bad for however many years.
It was like nearly 2 years of reviewing. Like, we summarized that incredibly well. Yeah.
I think it took us 4 hours last time we tried that in a game. So, really liked going back through and suddenly being like, oh yeah, that connects. And what did we ask about this? And like, I thought that was really fun. Yes, I'm so excited we're going to the span. If we make it off the moon. But also I had to. It's the moon. I had to ask questions. And I was like, Chiral baby. And I forgot again. In this world, when you say things to people, sometimes those people can be like, oh, we just go there. And I'm like, oh, crap. It's like sloth and pride all over again. And we haven't had time to warn him that the
at some point, you end up in a cart heading to the span. So how dangerous can the moon be?
So true. So true.
Unless you override the entire timeline.
Like, this is like end of month 1, because Falkwin's not in Arcanatrix prison hospital anymore.
And it's far enough into month 2 that we know Ali Ben's around.
Yeah. And then, so we've got like a month and a bit before we have to be in a cart on the way to the span. So we can sort out the moon in a month.
Yeah, totally.
It'll be fine. I loved it. I'm so pleased to be back. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
that's good. It's very, very good. I like the ability of you to get like 20 questions out of me. Like, ask one question about the 3 months, and you're like, here's 20 things. It's like, listen, I've got questions. It's good. And Chris?
There's a problem I have with preconceptions to the game. And you go, the first thing he's saying, go 3 months injuries. I really thought you were just going to say every and things like that.
So I'm losing some of your audio there. Was that
roll.
like everyday roll initiative? Is that what you said there?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's one of those things I really thought we were back to be comatose or something and thinking to ourselves, we're going to have weeks of recovery, and no, it's 3 months later. I'm going, all right, okay. Start again. Think, move on. I'll love being back. It's one of those ones. My first campaign with you is still sitting in that little cave in limbo. I don't want that to finish with this one.
Yeah.
Get to an end in the best possible
100%,
way
yeah.
and everything.
And like, I want all of us to get to the end. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want it to be something we close as a group, because then we did it, right? Quite frankly, it's our story. And like, even though the other game of ours is in like that kind of limbo hiatus, you know, pending finale situation, you know, me, Alexander, yourself, and Colin, we all still exist. You know, we just need to pick an evening and give me like a week to prep, and then you know we can get that concluded.
But even the other one, it's going to go two ways. We're either going to be in a battle, or it's just going to be a case of, okay, you won, you defeated us by casting that. That's finish it quite quickly.
I was going to say, don't underestimate the level of tears.
No.
Good create the finale.
Yeah, well, we've been
don't
there.
Underestimate it.
Even in Arc 1, that poor dog.
Multiple times.
It's good being back. It's great seeing everyone. And I was growing suspicious that it wasn't actually going to happen.
No, it has been a long period of time, and it's just schedule. Winter is a nightmare to schedule around, as is summer, and that leaves very little time in the year to actually schedule anything efficiently. And honestly, we have done so well up until now. So, bit of a hiccup isn't a massive roadblock for me. I was just desperate to get something done. Even if we don't play for a month now, I just wanted something done so that we had started that ball rolling again. Dust off the moss that's grown over it in the last few months, and also just so as I recover with the RP energy. Because damn, I've missed running. Honestly, yeah, and I've missed running this game. I've missed obviously getting our weekly check-in with you guys, seeing what you do with the random shit that happens in this game. It's been wonderful. I can't wait to see how the 5th arc plays out, because I've got my notes, but I know lots of them won't matter. So, yeah, like, I expected to end this session with yous getting to Echo. Guess what didn't happen? We went to the moon. So, you know, I'm here for the ride. It's great. It's great. Love all the theories already. I love how we're still on the, fuck Modesta Lara. Like, I love it. It's still up there. But then, where's she at? Yo, right? Why is she not showing up? You know?
Trust
her. Who's this Lucian dude?
Yeah.
You know? Like,
that's something none of us asked.
Yeah.
For next time, where's
it's because we felt we didn't actually meet him.
Adam TTT, yeah.
Yeah. And the present of next session is still like before we meet him. So I guess we push that further down.
That's assuming we start at this point in time next session. Because if we get Alexander back, Lockheart's adventures might take precedent initially, which might mean the moon we have to play catch up to the moon, which is technically then we have to play catch up to the cart. So we put the moon before the cart.
We're halfway between end of Arc 4 and cart. We're in the middle.
Don't you just love linear time stories? I do. Right, we have run way over in time, so thank you all for that. Do you want to award XP to somebody, please? It would be lovely.
Again, I don't know where anyone is, so I'm just going to point. I think Falkwin should get XP for, again, bodying quite a lot of very metaphysical threats in his brain.
Yep,
and coping with being, like, technically kidnapped by 2 different massive organizations.
I'm going to go with Myr'ra just for the chance of manipulating 20 questions out of one.
Valid. Yep.
Yeah, I was just going to say Myr'ra.
Actually,
Let's go to the moon.
Yeah, I'm going to say Myr'ra because we're on the moon now. And she got us there.
Hey, I've ticked off
how long Dinosaur Island took.
I've ticked off one big checkpoint on my list of unanswered things, so I can go moon tick.
Moon.
Yeah,
True.
it's great. You know,
Tick it off next week.
Yeah.
Be done.
But yes,
No more
congrats on
talking about the
your 1 XP.
Thank you.
Again, thank you all for staying late as well. We'll try and get obviously we won't have a massive recap next time, so we should be good. Whenever the hell next time is, we'll deal with that offline. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.